All right. We are live. We are live. Hello, everybody. Hello. We are back in the house tonight covering the Summer Wells case. We're marching forward. I'm glad to see everyone here tonight. Much love to everyone. We've got a special live here. We've got a lot of information and details to cover. We've been looking at some things carefully. We've gone back over some things extremely carefully. And with the help of several content creators that I was with in the wee hours of the morning this morning on another channel, we were able to begin piecing together what makes sense outside of everything that we've been told. Thank you so much for coming. We've got a lot of folks in the house. This place is going to be packed tonight. Text everybody that has been following the Summer Wells case. They want to be here tonight. They need to be here tonight. We have got a lot of love and support for Summer, and we stand in the same line to get justice for Summer as we do for the boys. In our last live, we discussed a lot of information pertaining to Summer's case, and we're going to break down a little bit better, a little bit finer, and we're going to fine-tune some things from all of the lives that I've done on the Summer Wells case. We're going to streamline everything, and then we're going to broaden our scope. Much love to everyone. Wow. Okay. I usually do an early roll call. Y'all get in here so fast. Sometimes it's hard to get to everybody's name. So forgive me if I miss you from time to time, but I know who you are. I've seen your name here before. Much love to everyone. Obsidian, thank you so much for being here this evening for tonight's live for Summer Wells. Leslie B., thank you so much for moderating. Always good to have solid moderators, and God bless Q Carlock for having the both of you. Solid. Wow, Miss Libby is in the house. Much love to you, Miss Libby. We've got a lineup. Scott H is in the house. We've got a lineup. Okay, so to begin with, as I always start, we've got some things on the table that we're going to cover here tonight. They're going to be very important to the scope of the investigation that we're doing here on my channel. I've collaborated with a couple of content creators that will be joining me tonight in discussing some of the finer details of what we're going to be getting into. I've been looking at this for at least the last couple of weeks. This one picture has been on my mind over and over and over and over again. And it's the same picture that Chris Madonna has in his mind when he was talking about a specific place regarding this case concerning Summer. And that place is the house. And I couldn't figure out why he kept saying that in all of his lives. And I started looking at it from his perspective. And so I went back to the house. And I kept going back to the house and back to the house. And so I started feeling what Chris was feeling concerning the house. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the residents in the area of the house and where Summer lived. So with that said, most definitely buckle up, hold on to something, because tonight we're getting ready to jump into some real deep stuff. So with that said, just give me a moment, and you know how we get things started. So rock and roll. Oops, that's the wrong one. Ladies and gentlemen. Oop, my bad. That's the wrong one. I don't want to give you that one yet. I do not want to give you that one yet. That's a special. My bad. I got to get to my theme. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. 100 going to 200 strong. I appreciate that a lot. Shows that we're making a connection. If I can open this up, come on, let's go. We got to go. And hence, we begin. Let's cue the truth tonight. All right. Welcome, everyone. I hope everyone checked in with a thumbs up tonight. And before you leave here tonight, you are definitely going to have a better perspective as to what we have been following concerning this case. This has been one of the craziest, most confusing cases that I have worked on next to the Orrin and Orson West case, to say the least. We've got dynamics in that case that's quite confusing. Statements that were made that were confusing. Truths that we're seeking. Questions multiplying. In both sides, on both cases, the West case and the Wells case. It's funny that both of those last names have W's in them. They have similarities, indeed. But when we take a look at the Summer Wells case, we see some very strange things happening in a place, Rogersville, Tennessee, where Summer lives. And the story that was told by both Donald and Candace Wells, Candace Bly, Candace Wells, on a news report, started this case rolling. We've heard across not only the internet, but now across the globe on what people think about that interview. What we were told in that interview is phenomenal. Because now from that interview, we begin investigating. We begin looking into what they said happened to Summer. Yes, she went missing. But tonight, we're going to give you a different perspective as to what kind of missing that might have been. Was this an abduction, or was this an arrangement? Is tonight's title of the live. Much love to everyone. Brother Air Force, welcome. I've streamlined the moderators for tonight. We've always been good every time we've went live. Hopefully everybody remains that way, respectable, classy, peaceful. This is all for summer. This is all for summer. And with a big unanimous shout out back to me, give me a sound check, type a 1 in the room, and we will proceed with tonight's live. Just want to make sure we got good sound. Thank you so much for joining. Wow. All right. We've got ones popping up. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Yes. Was this really an abduction? As it started out, as Donald told everyone this was a stranger abduction. He knew right away that this was an abduction. And we say, how is that? When the investigation is just hours into starting. EquiSearch wasn't even there yet. How does he come to the conclusion that this was an abduction? And so, with that said by Donald, I looked into it. And I wanted to seek out and find what he was talking about. Because once we were to find whether that was true or not, going for the why would be the most important question to get answers to. Why did this happen to Summer? What was the motivation behind this happening to Summer? And see, these are the two main questions that we're going to get closer to tonight. Because if there's any motivation as to what happened to Summer, whoa, I think we're on top of the surface of it. More so than TBI or law enforcement has been given to us. We've got some very intelligent, sharp content creators out there digging deep into the realms of this case and is covering the kind of research that if you put together a team, we would be a company, a Fortune 500 company, because that's the company that's out there. And as I said early this morning, I'm in good company when I'm around them. So let's begin. Much love to everyone showing up tonight. We've got a good sound check. Great. And I hope the content creators that I have invited, I believe I see them already in the chat. Much love for coming and sharing and caring, because this one we want to bring home the right way. Let us begin tonight with, let me make sure I have what I need first. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. To begin with, as we always do, we throw up our copyright disclaimer. All information that I'm going to share with you tonight has come from research via the internet, and all other materials from YouTube, from our YouTube community, as well as other areas on the internet. The copyright disclaimer: under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, under this section of the Copyright Act, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, commentary, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship and education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit educational and personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. So we're going to be using some content that we've been able to research and find, and in collaboration with other content creators on YouTube, putting together their research and connecting their dots, we're going to be sharing some of their work here tonight. Once we've been able to put all of this together in an organized fashion, then it'll begin to make sense, as it should. The story starts out with this couple right here, Candace Bly and Donald Wells, out of Rogersville, Tennessee. On June 15th, their 5-year-old daughter, Summer Wells, apparently went missing for some strange reason. And as the story goes, this couple sat in front of a news crew and gave us the highlights as to how their day went, what they said about how Summer went missing, what they believed and how Summer went missing. So with that said, let's get to that interview briefly. Let us refresh our memory as to what was specifically said by Candace Bly and Donald Wells, because once we zero in on the words, specific words that are used, then we can take it from there and let those words direct us into tonight's live. So with that said, hopefully this will all work out with no interruptions. I've queued everything up, but you know YouTube sometimes. So we'll just run with it. So let us begin tonight's interview into tonight's live.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers, and we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers, and I said okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here.
She was just gone. Riveting. She was just gone. If you notice how Candace said that, it was just nonchalant. As you can see, Candace has showing no emotion about her missing daughter. These are clues to the case. Listen carefully, pay careful attention to facial expressions and features. Listen to the words carefully, because this information is what's going to direct us tonight. She was just gone.
Or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her.
Excuse me. Keep that information about the truck in mind, because as much as I understand it, that truck theory, that red truck theory with the double ladders, with the two buckets, white buckets on the side and ladder sticking out the rear end of it, sounds like someone who works in construction, but it's a red truck. And full well knowing that this was inserted into the case as a red herring is pretty much the direction I'm going in regarding that piece of information. Because by now that truck would have been found by TBI and the sheriff's department. But hence we're going into a 4th month. And you mean to tell me in an area in Rogersville, an entire area, you mean to tell me a red truck with a ladder sticking out and 2 white buckets on the side of it couldn't be found? No one other than these two mentions this so-called truck. Just keep it in mind.
Her head
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it. I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head to so she wouldn't feel bad.
Okay, so you saw Donald pause there. She shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad. Now put that together. Summer shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad. A 5-year-old. What would a 5-year-old be thinking about shaving her head for? So she wouldn't feel bad. And the more you listen to what they're saying, you get a feeling that they're putting together pieces of what they want us to believe. Here's their daughter is missing. Here's a news interview where they're concerned about their daughter going missing. And here they have the nerve to insert Summer shaving her head. Now just do the math. It's real simple. Listen to the conversation. When I heard that, I said, okay, wait a minute, where's this going? How do you equate that to Summer being missing, her head being shaved? She wanted to shave her head because she wanted to feel good about something.
And but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. You know, I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But
Let's pause that for a second, because now, hence, the abduction theory comes into play. Let's take a look at Donald as he says those words carefully. And I'm going to ask you tonight, do you believe Donald when he says the words you're about to hear? Watch his body language and listen to the words. I'm going
head to so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. You know, I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
Okay, you saw it again. Type a 1 in the room if you do not believe what he just said. Just type a 1 in the room if you do not believe in what he said. Type a 2 in the room if you believe Donald. So that Donald can see the chat if he's in here tonight watching our live. Let him know what it is you believe. You see that, Donald? I'm not saying that. They are. But I will put my 1 in there to say the same. As incredible as it is, we still have folks on YouTube that believe Donald's story. But let us continue because he's going to tell us the rest of it.
We have to do one step at a time, I guess, but I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, you know, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, you know, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, you know. And
Neighbors can search neighbors' houses. Trezell West said the same thing. He wished he could go into the houses and search for his boys, remember? Similarities. But neighbors searching neighbors' houses, he wishes that could be true. Keep that in mind too, because that is going to be one of the core elements we're going to be looking at tonight.
the eastern United States or whatever, but I wish there was a way. Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, you know, out of love,
I
and
appreciate it.
trying to get information and trying to get her found. And we thank them from the bottom of our
That
hearts,
means a lot.
and we thank everybody who's trying so hard.
Thank everybody that's trying so hard. Trezell West said the same thing. We want to thank everybody who came out in droves looking for our boys, but we couldn't because the police told us to stay put, that the best are out there searching. Remember?
And praying so hard, and she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back.
She's an awesome young lady. An awesome young lady. Your 5-year-old is an awesome young lady. That's at a different time, I guess. At a different time. But if you'll notice, between the two of them, they're separated in dichotomy. They're not together in a sense because one is leading the other, obviously, in this story. They're telling the news reporter and us what they want us to hear about them and how they feel. Let us continue.
Yeah, there's always going to be haters, you know, and you know it's always going to be that way in this world, and we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us.
We want to focus on the good. Keep that in mind. Donald wants us to focus on the good. They want to focus on the good.
And praying for Summer, and we thank them from the bottom of our hearts, and that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, you know, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened, we got some real good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But
The most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have.
I'm sorry you feel this way about us. This is their first interview, folks. So they must have gotten feedback on information somewhere before they did this interview. Because then it wouldn't have made sense for Candace to say, I'm sorry you feel this way about us. Yet the daughter's missing. How could she feel sorry about her first interview regarding her daughter being missing? Donald talking about haters. Where did they come from all of a sudden? This was before the interview? This is very interesting to listen to because the words selected tell you everything that's going on in front and behind the scenes.
We've never went without, thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around.
No one would ever treat her like that as long as I was. What is she talking about? What specifically is Candace talking about here? This seems to have been a way Summer has been treated. But no one would ever treat her this way as long as she was there, ever. What does that mean? What was she really trying to say here? That someone was mistreating her? That things were happening to Summer in ways of treatment that would not connect with being treated well? Success leaves clues. And in this interview, they left a lot of clues. And for us to begin now to put together what we've learned, not only on Chris Madonna's The Interview Room, but also other content creators following the story, we're able to collectively put this information together, come back to the beginning, and then listen to the story again. And here's where you find the holes and the pockets and the inconsistencies of their story as it unfolded at that time.
Ever.
She loves
Ever.
to dance. She would always want me.
Was there a question asked of Donald about what kind of fun things did Summer like to do? Or did he just offer that to the reporter? Is it things that don't make sense? The inconsistencies. I need to tell you this so that you'll believe me.
She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl," and she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired, But I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, well, I'm sorry about that. It's just.
She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House, My House. She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She liked to think of herself as a princess. And,
Look at Candace's
and all
demeanor.
that, like all young girls do. And,
she loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa and.
Trying to think.
And I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church. Or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart is past tense, and I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, you know, and I hope she gets to be with her church family again.
Our best
Past tense. See, he's starting to catch himself.
friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to
When
women that were
she come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
any woman that was professional,
Was
that
pretty,
yeah,
beautiful.
she looked up to those kind of women. She, they were the word I'm looking for, I can't think of it, but she looked up to them.
Oh, this is jumping to a commercial. I'll block that out. But as you sit and listen to this interview, you begin now from knowing what you've known and become to know now about Donald and Candace. It's always good to go back and really find the truth.
Every day, she'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, we'd be, at our boys like, don't do this, don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She
Summer was the boss of the family. Now, when I heard that, it brought me back to what Trezell West said about the boys. They are going to be rambunctious. Does that sound, or does that sound to you like Summer is also possibly rambunctious too? She was the boss of the family. She would beat her brothers over the head with a stick or dominate them in some way, shape, or form to where they couldn't get control of her. Could Summer also be rambunctious? However, the word rambunctious is not used here in this interview. Tying 1 + 1 together, you begin to see the similarities in the story narrative.
typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She loved to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. She loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her 2 hands, and she could do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she in school yet?
No,
No.
she was going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year.
She's been. We did all the what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already taken all of her shots and registered in the school for ready for this year.
I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands, and I love her with all my heart. I'd do anything to have her back. If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow. I don't know how you might do that. I mean, 'cause you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go.
Using the word you, if you have it in your heart. Listening to those words puts that in a singular tense, like if he's talking to one individual and not perhaps a number of individuals. If you have it in your heart. I found that to be very interesting, like if he was talking to a particular person, rather than say, whoever has my daughter. Please give her back. We will do anything in our power to get her back. It's interesting Donald chooses those words.
and where we can get her back, and just please have mercy on her, and you know, and us, and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please, please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. That she's my biggest fear is, you know, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her, you know, her downfall. Because a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? You know, go get Summer now." You know, and that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by, but we was always coming. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And
She loved to be outside.
you know, and I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything, and I'm afraid that she won't be able to, you know, I'm locked away where she can't be outside or play with a puppy or anything. Love nature, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of
Enjoy the
these things
beautiful
anymore,
outdoors.
or that she could possibly, you know, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just
And look at Candace. I thought you were supposed to be positive. Candace looks shocked. You don't want her to be dead. What are you saying here? Look at the expression. Look at that expression. It's a part of the narrative. Candace looks very surprised Donald said that. What are you talking about?
want to focus on the positive,
And find her
because
daughter.
it's easy to
Yeah,
get,
we want
lost
to
in that
find our
negativity
daughter. What
stuff,
are
and
you
it's just
talking
not
about?
worth it. So I'm just, I appreciate y'all. The good thing.
So Donald contradicts himself here. In midstream, he contradicts himself. He doesn't know it, but subconsciously he just did.
You just say, and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister went missing, I was in between Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen, but I hope that they find her too and bring her home safely too.
But yeah, there's nothing. I mean, she disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything. Haven't found a body. Nothing. And you know, when you see cases like that, that's why I lose hope on Summer. You know, I want to keep hope, but sometimes I lose hope,
Lose it.
and I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again. You know, so I start thinking in past tense. Sorry, but I'm trying to keep hope up. I'm trying to keep my prayers up and all that.
Just as he tried to not drink, and yet he went out on a 2 to 3 day binge where he disappeared, remember? Trying. Either you do or you don't. There's no try. When people try, it voids out everything else. Either you do or you don't. Try is a voided word. That's like trying not to watch this live tonight. Trying not to watch Donald expression. It's very hard to do because either you're doing it or you're not. That is the interview part I wanted to share with you. We always have to go to the beginning in order to get to a point that begins to make sense. And in this area here, as we started, I have never seen an interview like this regarding a missing child. It usually lasts a few seconds, just as we saw in a recent interview concerning a little girl, Nevaeh, where the mother gets on the news almost for
The
a
tough
minute.
built scraper knife is the world's
Hold on.
first cutting.
I gotta make sure that these things are connected the way I want to. Just give me a moment here. Because they like to. But the mother got on the news reporter's review, was doing the interview. And all she kept saying is that I want my child back. And it only took about a minute or two. Just about a minute or two. This was the longest interview I've ever seen, with more of an explanation outside of Summer being missing than anything else. Anything else. All right, so now that I've got that officially queued, thank you for being patient. I told you these things happen sometime. 558 people, my goodness. Thank you for being here tonight. Miss Q Carlock, I see you in there, love. Thank you for joining. And so with that said, we know that there's more to this story regarding Summer than what we've been told and what we've seen. An intelligent investigator by the name of Chris Madonna went out on location to visit both Donald and Candace at their home, at their residence, and wanted to find out in every way, shape, and form how he could help them find Summer. And so what did Chris do? Well, he gave us the interview room, and he's giving us his very best effort to try to find Summer. In it, he's given us gems we would have never gotten at all if we waited for the typical news and the typical police press conferences that they do. We know more about this story regarding Summer Wells because of Chris Madonna and content creators going out there to dig and search out this information pertaining to this 5-year-old little girl here. Why would Summer cut her hair? Because she wanted to feel good? No, Donald. Summer was an outdoor child. She liked to play on the swing. She loves nature. Chris Madonna showed us where Summer slept. And Donald feels and fears that she's locked up in a basement somewhere being tortured, but yet the basement that we know where Summer slept doesn't replicate some kind of a dungeon or basement that he was talking about. Summer wanted to be outdoors. I would want to be outdoors if I had to be cooped up in a basement that's got no walls other than the 4 walls around it, separated by the steps that both Candace and Chris Madonna had came down, descending into that basement, only to find out that there's no privacy in any of the areas. Beds on the floor, debris on the floor. Of course she wanted to be outside. I would want to be outside. Donald brought us to a dog trail. regarding his abduction theory. Yet EquiSearch, when they searched the premises, did a very thorough search. They flipped that house 6 to 7 times, maybe even higher than that, looking on the premises for Summer. Traces of evidence regarding Summer, where she went, where she played, where she chased the boys around on their motorbikes and scooters. Here in an aerial view, you can see the terrain at 110 Ben Hill Road, the tree which has her swing, the driveway that leads up and out of the residence, a cul-de-sac. And then we have this infamous dog trail that Donald showed us that leads right down to Ben Hill Road. However, EquiSearch brought the evidence and put it on the table and found more of a scent through the driveway than the dog trail that leads to Ben Hill Road. Chris Madonna, when he took us off of Beach Creek Road and connected with Ben Hill Road, he was able to begin capturing most of the area on that drive, Ben Hill Road, to show us how narrow that road is. One way in, one way out. So is the driveway. One way in, one way out. And in looking at this, you can definitely gather more information to begin putting the story together as to how on earth someone could snatch a child in broad daylight, the stranger abduction that Donald told us about in broad daylight without being seen. And knowing that this driveway is on a slant, it's on a hill, all the way up to the house here. And taking a look, you know this house sits on a hill. When we talked about the abduction theory, when we talked about the abduction theory, we talked about how one could have taken Summer from this location. Let's go to that part real quick, because we showed you from a bird's eye view how it could be done, with blind spots on each side of the house, and of course, that angle from the trailer, grandma's trailer, that is, the blind spot to the front door, was incredible at that angle to see the front door. Also, the back had that blind spot that we talked about. So if they were outside, how on earth could anyone not be seen trying to get Summer off that property? Well, that back door that Chris Madonna had showed us, where Summer comes out to play and goes right around that building to go to her swing, is a major 100% negative line of sight, blind spot. And if somebody wanted to penetrate the property, all they'd have to do is just wait for the opportunity, take that blind spot, wait for Summer, but they would have to know Summer's coming out that door. She likes to be outside. Snatch her, and then follow the blind spot all the way to the foliage, down to the driveway, which would make more sense. And we also know from a content creator out there, I think it's Kraken Cases, they did a good job by going to this location where the school bus is and another pickup truck, and showed us a groove or an area that they got behind. And once you're behind it, the foliage is so thick, you could take your time walking down to the driveway on Ben Hill Road, if that's how you took Summer from the property. Timing is of the essence in snatching, stealing someone in this case. If Candace left that trailer and went to the front of the house, you've got 100% negative line of sight and 100% blind spot. As she enters the house, Summer could have came out that house, ran into whoever she ran into, and then follow the line down to the driveway. Now, from this angle and from this point, I'm going to get into some things that I'm going to add to that theory. Number one, it eliminates the stranger abduction because it's a high risk area for the stranger to appear. And when we talk about high risk, as Chris talked about in the interview room, chances are you're looking to snatch a child. That is the goal in this case. Snatch a child, not steal a car or anything else. You're there to snatch a child. What are the odds in broad daylight? The risk factor is very high if you didn't know the terrain and the property. However, the risk factor is low, very low, if you know everything about it. And in this case, it's not a stranger abduction, but it is an abduction. Or is it? Or is it? We talked about this yellow generator being outside. Candace said it was sitting there for 14 years. This is the way to the dog trail. We talked about the line of sight and the abduction happening at that location. All possibilities. Every single one of them. But what I gathered, coming from this area, and you can see the blind spot here, as I talked about before, this boat, this canoe that sits alongside the house, creating the blind spot to the trailer, stepping out this door, you could see it for yourself. Now, once again, Chris Madonna said that this window is like a tinted window. It's got a mirror image or a mirror tint on the window, meaning that you can look one way, and that's outside, from inside, outside this door. If you were standing outside, you really couldn't see inside. And I found that to be a very interesting piece of information, because that would also eliminate the stranger abduction, just that piece of information alone. Because if the stranger couldn't see in to see Summer, how do you get to your goal? If Summer saw the stranger outside, do you think she would have opened up the door to the stranger? Or would she have screamed, "Mommy, there's somebody at the door. Hurry, hurry." And the boys would have came down. Mommy would have came down. Even Grandma, with her leg brace, might have shimmied herself down the driveway here to see what was going on behind the building. That's why it doesn't work. And so someone who had to have prior knowledge to this location and this area makes more sense. Then you're taking a look at a low risk situation. A person having prior knowledge of this particular area and this point. And looking at it from a bird's eye view, it begins to make sense that if it were possible to take Summer from the property, this was one of the ways to do it. Notice I said this is just one of the ways to do it. There is another way, though. There is another way. And I'm going to throw it at you tonight. And I want you to put this on the table. 309. We know that a picture was taken of Summer in the car. She was sleeping, or unconscious. You pick and choose which one you may feel it is, but that is a picture. Picture says 1,000 words. If Summer never got up out of that car, she would still be in the car. Candace helps her mother. Let's keep that in the story. Tells the boys that she'll be right back. That's in the story. But she gets back into the truck with Summer in it and decides to pull out while Mom's in her camper and the boys are occupied online. The boys don't know that Summer's in the truck. The boys don't know that Mom left with Summer. And she left this driveway going the way she did, right off the property down to Ben Hill Road, and I'm starting to get into the theme of tonight's live. You see where I'm going. What if, as a possibility to include, let me see if I can find it. Thank you all for joining. What if, as a possibility to put on the table to include, we've got some additional information to include here. I had all this queued up, and it just seems like I have to re-queue it. Okay. I'm using Google Maps, and I'm going to get ready to really get into the meat of this. Here we have piece of the information to Ben Hill Road. Just do this so you can see it a little bit better. Candace calls Don, not 911, where Don was in Jonesboro. Summer's missing. This is a little after 3 in the afternoon. Let's stay with the narrative. Donald tells Candace, "What are you talking about? Summer's missing. What are you talking about? Where is she? She's gone. I can't find her. Hurry home." This would be the track path that Don would take from Jonesboro, where he was working, and follow that route all the way back home. Takes about 35, 36 minutes, give or take, depending on traffic, depending on weather conditions. But this would be his daily track if he worked in Jonesboro, all the way home. Now, looking at it from this perspective, let me get to the next map. And then bring this to your attention, because Donald told us something about traveling on those roads. And he told us something about the abduction. And it never left my mind. I'm going to let you hear it again, because he was on a panel on another YouTube content creators channel, speaking with them in regards to that day, June 15th, that Summer went missing. What he did that day when he got the call from Candace. Everybody doing okay? Everybody's doing fine. My goodness. Every time I turn around, the numbers are going up. 700 people. Thank you. Much love to you. Let's listen to what Donald had to say regarding his travel.
Just ask you quickly, why, when you got a call that Candace couldn't find Summer, how come you didn't just take off in the car? Why'd you take the time to load your tools first? Have you ever gotten a call like that before from any other kids, like you couldn't find one of the kids?
No, I was hoping that on the way home that I would get a call that they found her. That's what I was hoping and praying the whole time. And the reason I load my tools up first is because they're very expensive. I spent a lot of time and money collecting the tools that I have, and I just can't leave them out there. I can't afford to replace them, so I had to load my tools up.
By the way, I have been watching Good Job Mods. I've seen it's only nasty comments being deleted. So I know some people are complaining. I don't really see that many comments being deleted also. So thank you, Mods. Good job so far tonight. There's a lot of people, Don, that are sending their love and support to both you and Candace. A lot of love and support in the chat, just so you know.
Well, we really appreciate that. Definitely. I'm trying to put it into words, but yeah, thank you, because we all got to try to support each other and help each other, to get through this world, to do good, and we all fall short, and we all got to take up our cross, take up our cross and follow in Jesus' footsteps, stuff like that. But we need to try to love each other and help all we can. So I appreciate it. Any support that I can get, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of people you've been asking,
Because
why
it is.
did we just hear about the scream now? But yeah, law enforcement would know. So yeah, it's not
Well,
not just me.
she tried to tell law enforcement that, but I don't think law enforcement took it serious at all. But it's haunted that poor lady ever since. I was talking to her one day and she just started crying. Real emotional about it.
What can people do for the family, Don, and especially people who were far away? What can people do that is helpful to you and Candace at this time?
Yeah, far away
Just,
folks.
just mostly. I mean, the only thing that we can do is the only thing I can do is pray and try to my very best to keep the commandments and try to come together as.
Hey, listen, you heard those words again. Try, 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 try. It's consistent with Donald. He's trying, but other things are happening.
As a Christian family, and just pray. That's all I can do. That's all I can do, because I don't have nowhere to turn. If I knew where Summer was at, somewhere in halfway around the world or wherever, I would be gone right now. Trying to get to her. I'd do anything. If I had to go fight a war to get to her, I'd go fight that war. If I had some direction to go, I'd be going that direction. But since we don't know nothing, and it's, we have to give it to God. That's all I can do. I mean, I go and talk to people a lot in the evening if I can, but still in the end, I got to give it all to God, which kind of.
There you go.
Uh,
Now, is there anything that people who live locally to you could help? Like, do you guys need someone to help you keep up with some house work on the house, or change tires in your truck, or anything like that that you're like
oh no,
falling behind on?
no. We're actually good with all that stuff. Just please just keep praying, and that's about it.
Hmm.
Well, I think it's our
Yeah.
job as people to be prayer warriors. I told Mark this the other night for each other. Intercessory with prayer is that's the only way that if the world would come together and be kind and pray
Yeah.
for one another, you would see a lot better results. Hate
Yeah.
gets nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. But unfortunately, we're in the last days, according to Revelation.
That's right.
I mean, we're very close to the last days,
And this is Don's belief, but there was a part I wanted to play in reference to what Donald said. Let me see if I can find it. I guess recuing this, it threw it off, but it might have been in the 42. Let's see. Because it's critical.
far I can go into this. But he, of course, he was madder than hell at me, and probably still is. Just don't make a whole lot of sense. We was talking about him earlier, me and some other people, but yeah, he's I don't know. I've always suspected him, and I still do.
Hmm.
I mean, I've seen different side of him that, I've seen a side of him that just makes me believe that he could have very easily done something very hateful. When you just know when you run into somebody that's capable of pure evilness,
Hmm.
you just don't never forget that.
Next question.
I mean,
Is TBI still checking with you to keep you updated and that kind of thing? Or do you basically just have to call them whenever you want?
well, I'm going to call them tomorrow, but I'm sure, if they had anything at all, they'd call me. So I'm just thinking there's nothing. There's just absolutely nothing.
So you probably won't have an answer to this one either, but were there any bare footprints found in the neighbors' yards?
They say, there's some, down the road, but they got a bunch of kids, down there too. And of course, we can't confirm any of this because the police they're really not telling us a whole lot. But my kids, they run around barefoot all the time.
Yeah.
I just don't know about that. I really don't. My kids could have been running around down there looking for summer that day barefooted because they run around barefooted all the time. I can't go barefooted like they do, but they can run on these rocks and stuff, but I can't do it.
I can do that. I'm like that too, and my kids are like that too. Absolutely. Kaz, she would like you to just give Candace must be really going through it, as you know, as well as you. So she's just sending love. Thank you, Kaz. Becky, thank you. Now, I don't know if you. Some people are wondering what Candace did after she went downstairs. She saw Summer was gone, and then she had called 911, but her story kind of stops there. If you don't want to answer that and put words in Candace's mouth, I understand that.
Well, Candace, when she called me first, said she can't find Summer nowhere. And I says, well, hang up for me and call 911. right now, just in case. So she did. She ran to her mom's trailer over here, grabbed her phone because she was the only one at the time that had an AT&T phone. Called 911, and I called 911 also after I threw the rest of my tools in the Subaru. And so I got on the road and called 911, and they dispatched me over to Hawkins County. And so then she called me back on Messenger, and we talked the whole way. And she was driving her mother's truck, going all over, back and forth up and down these streets, looking. So, and she was nowhere to be found. So, well, she was the first one, you know, driving around all these streets and everywhere looking for her. So that tells you right there that somebody threw her in a car and got gone fast out of this area quickly. And it don't take long. You know, you get on some of these roads and open your vehicle up, you can fly pretty good and get out of here, no problem. So they had at least 25, 30 minutes to get out of this area, you know.
Now, you heard what Donald said. They had at least 25 to 30 minutes to get out of that area. How would he know that? Why would he even suggest that or offer that? You have to ask yourself that question. I'm now going back. Let me see where I am. Oh. You've got to ask yourself that question. Why would he offer that? 25, 30 minutes. Why not 45 to an hour, give or take, to get out of there? What does that mean, get out of there? Get out of where there? From the house? From the area itself? I started looking at something. Let me see what I did with it. Oh, I went to the map. I started taking a look at his 25 to 30 minutes. I wanted to know what he was talking about, and it brought me back to the map. And in bringing me back to the map, I wanted to go in every direction that he told us, at least 25 to 30 minutes. I talked to another content creator who'll be joining me in a moment about this area, told him what I tried to do, what I tried to accomplish, or let's not use the word try. But I wanted to know what 30 minutes from this particular location here, in every direction, where would it take me? From Ben Hill Road onto Beach Creek. Now, the map that you're seeing is giving you an idea. So the first place I went was back on Ben Hill Road. When you come down the driveway and leave the property, you cut to the left, and this is the same route that Chris Madonna took on his way to the house that day that he interviewed Candace. Off of Beach Creek, onto Ben Hill, and Chris came all the way down Ben Hill Road. He backed up because he wanted to turn around. He did so and went back down towards Beach Creek on Ben Hill Road and stopped at the driveway. I think I showed you that picture of Chris pointing in that driveway. Let me see. If I can find it. No, that wasn't it. Boom, 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 boom. Bear with me. There it is. Thank you for bearing with me. And Chris is now pointing at the foot of that driveway where he turned around and showed us. So now going back to that map, I said, okay, if I were to continue on to Ben Hill Road back down to Beach Creek, how would I want to get out of there knowing that I've just taken a child? Where would I go? Donald talked about back roads. They could take back roads in 25, 30 minutes to get out of here. And they would avoid security, any security cameras. So the first place I went was to the end of Ben Hill Road. And this only takes about 8 minutes tops to get to the very end, just before you get to Limestone Branch. Is there a dirt road back here? I asked. And sure enough, there are many different types of paths here, but it's not coded on the Google map. So I said, okay, let me back up. I've got my 8 minutes there. That's pretty quick. I wanted to follow what Donald talked to me about. However, I said, well, Donald's coming from a specific location coming back home. That location, which he states, is Jonesboro. That takes about 36 minutes. So it does hit the 30-minute mark, 25, 30 minutes. Somebody could be in and out of there. I began taking a look at other maps. 25, 30 minutes. 25, 30 minutes. Where could you go in 25, 30 minutes? Until I came across a video that Donald did back Jonesboro all the way back to the house. And not only did I find that information from Jonesboro back to the house, but I found some additional information, and I scratched my head and asked, why did he show us this? And here's the core I want you to see tonight, because Donald might have inadvertently told us something. I'm queuing it up right now. Much love to everybody in the chat, because we are getting to the core of tonight's live. If this can queue up properly, come on. Wow, we got a lot of people sitting up in here tonight. Much love to you. My goodness. Thank you for joining us. Let me just escape this, because this is really dragging. Come out of here, close some windows. All right. No, that's not it. That's something for later. Let me see if I can get back in here and find that. Just give me a moment, folks. Now I come to the heartbeat of tonight's live. Now it wants to act up. Okay. And a lot of the folks that are still following the Summer Wells case, much love to you. Definitely needs that support. We're keeping this story alive. There's a lot going on. I heard about Xavier Harrelson. Miss Q had got in contact with me in regard to that. I hope whatever they found is not, it's not him. I hope and pray it's not him. I'm locating it. We're getting there. I truly hope and pray it's not him. But the way it sounds and what they found so far regarding the clothes that Xavier Harrelson was wearing, we might be in for a shock. 11 years old, went missing off of his bike, just riding around the neighborhood. Okay, I'm looking to find that piece now. Oh, wait a minute. Boom. I found it, folks. I found it. Thank you for being patient too. When you do research on a computer to try to put together and connect case information, it does take a little time. Okay. Donald had recorded a video, his second one, retracing his steps back to the house on June 15th. The 911 call had been made. He's racing home now to get back to the property. Candace is obviously not on the property from what he told us, because he said that she hit every corner and every stop sign that there was. She's on the road in her mother's truck looking for Summer. Now, I said before we got to this point, I believe Candace did leave the property. However, I believe she left with Summer. That Summer did not get out of the car. That the rest of the story was bogus. And after this stops buffering, we'll begin to fine-tune why I said that. Okay, this is queued up. Donald takes us on a retracing his footsteps path back to the house. Let's watch what Donald shows us, and then we'll definitely get to the point. This is the shed not far from the residence on top of the hill. Him looking down at the driveway. This was what was inside of Donald's shed. The one that Chris McDonald thought Donald was hiding in when he visited the residence. Stilts from his job, work tools. Looks more like a storage area.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the bottom of the dog trail where it comes out onto Ben Hill Road. I don't know why, but anyway, this creek is down here. You see the water through there, goes out through there. The ridge, let's see. But anyways, it's right here. It starts.
This is his dog trail theory. Once again, he's standing on Ben Hill Road, ready to leave the property. I want you to pay very careful and close attention to his drive. He's going to take us over and retrace his steps back home.
And goes up along the side of the ridge, goes up to the top, almost to our back door.
Now he's going to get in his car and begin driving. Another commercial. I'm getting better at these from sounding off. And we will proceed. Okay, commercial, let's go. Here's the drive. He's on Beach Creek Road.
Okay, so on my way home that day, I knew that they were searching at the top of our hill for Summer, and I knew my best bet was to drive straight to the bottom of our property. So up here where this house is on the left is our road.
On his way home, he knew that they were already there searching the property. Listen to what Donald is telling us. He knew that they were already there searching the property. So his reasoning is, I'll stay on Beach Creek Road and I'll let Donald show you.
I passed it straight.
He passes Ben Hill Road.
Here to the left. All this, our house is up there on top. So all this is our property. So I turn straight away in here.
So I turn. If you heard that, I turn. He catches himself again.
So all this is our property. So I turn straight away in here.
He drives past the shed.
Our house is up there. I drove Subaru straight down here.
Makes a left.
To the creek here. I went down this hill right here. I seen my boys straight away over there. All three of them were together. And I looked over to my left over this way, and I seen my neighbor over there. And that's when I knew something was very, very wrong. And then, so I hollered several times, screamed for Summer. No, of course, no reply.
Now you have to remember, Donald just told us that he saw his boys down in this area standing there with the neighbor.
And old hunting blind there. You see where the tree service, I'm going to get up. Anyway, you can see where the tree service has cleared all this out, all the way, both ways for power lines. Okay, all the way up to that house up there. But anyway, so
he gets back in his car.
turn around.
He turns around. Foliage is so thick, he's having a hard time navigating, getting out of there.
And then at that time, I don't know if I looked in this little shack here. It used to be for horses. I framed it in a little bit.
He doesn't know whether he checked this shed during the time he was here. That'd be the case. Why did you go there to begin with? Why wouldn't you check this shed since you're down there? But I want you to see something very surprising, because he does something that doesn't make sense. Watch this.
I was going to try to utilize it, but I never used it. And inside this shed here is just a bunch of junk.
He is about to blow the stranger abduction theory out the water by doing what we're seeing him do right here. He kills his own story.
Whatever. A lawnmower. Winds blowed the roof off. So.
And no resources in this shed. No livable resources in this shed. No running water, no sink, no bathroom, no kitchen, no living room. Just a huge shed. Storage facility, if you will. That never utilized it. Wonder why. But let's continue.
Junk. So at this time I drove to the top of our house. I guess I'll go ahead and film that.
Wait a minute, Donald. Wait a minute. You wait a minute. You made this video to show us exactly what you did that day coming back home. I get that. You entered the property down below where the shed is. Okay. You go down past the shed where the creek is. You see your boys. You see the neighbor standing with your boys. You turn around. You can't remember whether you checked the shed or not, yet you go in anyway. You turn right around. You get back in your car. And then you start to go back home to the resident. Now, I want you to think about that for a second, folks. Here you are. You get a call from your significant other, your spouse. Your child is missing. Hurry home fast. You take 347 or Beach Creek all the way home. You do exactly what Donald did, knowing his kids are down where that creek is. Why didn't he take his kids back with him? Why didn't Donald, as a stranger on the property, snatched your daughter? Your kids are down there by themselves away from Candace, and you don't tell them to get in the car and take them back home with you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You see? He's blowing this whole stranger abduction out the water with everything he's doing. I don't believe any father, any parent would have left their kids alone while a stranger or strangers could be, possibly, on the property. You find out your daughter's snatched, but yet you're going to leave your kids alone down at the creek where they were looking for summer. Also, Candace makes the mistake about the stranger abduction too, because Candace sent the boys down to the creek to look for summer. Why would a parent put their children in harm's way knowing that there is a stranger on the property and could possibly be more than one? They snatched your daughter. She goes missing. What's to say that there's not others there to snatch your other kids? So Candace blows the abduction theory out of the water as well. They both do. He forgets them down at the creek. Candace sends them to the creek. What parent would do that and put their kids in harm's way? So big mistake for both Donald and Candace on this point right here. Type a 1 if you feel where I'm coming from. Just to let me know that you're with me on what you see. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that? 786 people are in here telling you, Don, why did you do that? You'd leave your kids in harm's way? You're not making any sense, my man. You're admitting to leaving your kids in harm's way by pulling out. Watch what he does. Here. And he leaves them there. That doesn't work. He goes back onto Beach Creek Road, cuts a right. Ben Hill Road is just ahead of him to the right. He makes a right turn. He takes Ben Hill Road. One way in, one way out. Makes another right turn at the driveway. One way in, one way out.
Chris said this hill was real bad. I had to use 4-wheel drive. I use my 2-wheel drive truck to come up this hill all the time.
And guess who's there when he arrives?
Thank you. Okay, this here is on the other.
The dogs. The dogs that weren't supposed to be there on the 15th, remember? All of them are there. Okay. I wanted you to see that because that's where the major inconsistency in his story is. Now we get to the heartbeat. This begins to blow up even bigger. Donald once again states someone threw Summer in a car and hightailed it out of there. It would take them no time to get out of there, 25, 30 minutes to get out of there. This is the part of the video that confused me until I went over it again. And then I said, Donald is going to tell me exactly what he did. He included this part of the video, and now this begins to make sense. Because what you're about to see is what Donald told that panel on that YouTube channel exactly what he did. If he didn't, how would he know? You get me? If he didn't, how would he know? You're about to see what Donald is going to show you. Now, I had to get my bearings. Listen carefully to what he tells, and then we get into it.
Other side of our mountain chimney top, and the back side of the chimney top is a road called Chimney Top Loop. I was just
Boom. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Chimney Top Loop. Chimney Top Loop. I said, okay, Chimney Top Loop. Chimney Top Loop. Chimney Top Loop. Let's go to a map and find out where Chimney Top Loop is. Because he makes it seem like it's not too far from the house. You see what I see? Do all 814 of you see what I see? Chimney Top Loop. Watch this. You can be in and out of there in 25 to 30 minutes, Donald, right? Chimney Top Loop. Let's go. Now, let me just make sure I got my bearings. To get to Chimney Top Loop, he makes a right turn. And I'm going all over this map looking for Chimney Top Loop. And then I type it in the search engine, and it brings me to Chimney Top Loop. Now where Chimney Top Loop is, it's right here. Oh. In fact, come on. Chimney Top Loop doesn't start on Beach Creek. I thought it did. Because he made it seem like it was close by, not too far away. But Chimney Top Loop is straight off of another major route that Donald didn't tell us about. Chimney Top Loop comes off of Horton Highway, not Beach Creek. Chimney Top Loop, when you hit it, is a right turn off of Horton Highway. Here. Okay, now that you got your bearings and I'm showing it to you on the map, let's see what Donald shows us on his drive. Makes a right turn onto Chimney Top Loop, and I want you to keep your eyes on the road and on both left and right hand sides of the road. Remember, he told us someone could go in and out in 25 to 30 minutes. No cameras. No cameras. Watch this.
to the mountain and brought her to this side. And I've been through this road a few times before. There's actually an old dirt road and stuff. Landslides went over, but the base of that mountain goes across on that side. But it's been covered up by a landslide. But it could have been logged or, you know.
Look at this road. Just look at this road. Well, we got a little bit of a break here. We'll continue as soon as I block this commercial. Donald, how would you know this? How would you know about Chimney Top Loop? We come back to the video. It's amazing. Anybody see any cameras? Anybody see anybody on the street? Anybody see a sidewalk?
All the way on the very, very top. I'm gonna try to pull this up. There's a tower. Can't see it. Camera, maybe barely. But all the way on top there. They say it's a fire tower, but what it is an old green and red light that turned. And that's how they got to Tri-Cities Airport back before radio communications was real good. Something like that.
Oh, wow. You talk about the Boondocks, people. This is it.
But I am sure
He's sure.
that anything I think of or anything the public has thought of, TBI has already thought of it many times. But there's something we're missing because we still haven't found it.
Incredible. You looking at this?
You get out through these woods and stuff, I'd say it's almost next to impossible to even walk through some of this stuff.
Who would want to walk through that, Donald? It seems to pause here for a moment. I don't know what the implications are here. And then he continues writing. Was he pointing at something? See? One way in, one way out. You got to pull over to give a courtesy to the driver coming in the opposite direction. And as you can see, Donald must be doing about 40, 45 miles an hour on this road. Okay. All right. I said, my goodness, let me go back to the map so we could see exactly what he did. In order for you to get to Chimney Top Loop, from the house, here's what you'd have to, this is the way to get there. And by going from the house, you'd have to go all the way around, in and through the holler to connect with Horton, which he didn't show us on the video, making a right on Horton, coming all the way down Horton to connect here at Chimney Top Loop. Why didn't he include the information on the video on how to get to Chimney Top Loop? He didn't want us to see something. However, when you take a look at the time to drive to Chimney Top Loop from the house, if this is the direction that he took, this was just one of the directions I was able to find tonight. It only takes about 20 minutes, give or take. That 20, 25 minute, 30 minutes category fits his narrative. I try to go deeper into this area because Chimney Top Loop does continue, but the map didn't allow me to continue. But the map does continue on this road here, takes you through more of the Light Holler area here, desolate area. I wonder if EquiSearch searched this area when they were there. And this route comes and connects right back to Horton Highway. This is Horton Highway right here. If we go back up Horton, we will connect back to Chimney Top Loop, but it'll be on the left-hand side going back. Did EquiSearch search this area that Donald is showing us? We were able to identify what EquiSearch did search. We're going to talk about that, but I want you to see the map. Is this what you were talking about, Donald? 25, 30 minutes? Get in, get out? Why did you take us in this direction when everything that we were looking at concerns the house? What would be so important about Chimney Top Loop? Let me jump back down and let us do this. Thank you for joining me tonight. We had a little bit of a slow start, but when we get up and running, we get up and running. Okay. Boom. we're going to pause it there. And I'm going to allow my guests to come up if they're still in the chat room. We have someone who is in Tennessee, folks, to join us this evening. Someone who knows that area very, very well. Someone who could tell us exactly what that area is, how it's structured, even the folks that live there. One of the most important critical factors of this case is not only knowing the geographical terrain, but knowing the folks that live there, knowing the folks that Donald may know. So let me see. I'm going to drop the link in the chat just in case. If we have Scott in the room, I would love Scott H to come up. If we have Tiffany Marie in the room, I would like Miss Tiffany Marie to come up. These two content creators have done excellent research and work pertaining to the information we're about to get into. Much love to all of you joining here tonight. My goodness. And as soon as they come up, I will bring them on the panel. And most likely we will go over this area with the assistance of both Scott H. and Miss Tiffany Marie. We stayed up to the wee hours of the morning discussing all of this information we're about to get into tonight. And we've gotten into an area that, like I said, not in the newspapers, folks, not on the internet, not unless you live there and you know where things, people, and places are. Mr. Scott, welcome aboard.
Hello, how are you?
I am doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yes. Did you get enough sleep for tonight's live?
Well, I took a little small nap earlier.
Oh, one of those
I didn't get a full night, of course.
Small power nap, I know.
Right.
Anyway, from what I've been able to cover so far, Scott, well, before I get to that, everybody send some love to Scott. Send some love to Scott. Throw some hearts. Throw them hands together. Welcome Scott H, who's a content creator on his own channel and also collaborates with Crimes Commentary, TCC, Miss Penny, on her channel. TCC is in the house. Okay. All right. So from what I was able to at least warm us up to cover, Scott, this area that I was pointing at, and I'm going to bring it back up so that you can walk me through this, walk us through it in reference to this particular area that I just got finished talking about. And when we were up this morning, we covered some major information. I'm going to let you cover that. Now, if it's easier for me to navigate this particular part, that's great. The other, we can screen share from your side, and you can take your mouse and lead us through the other parts and how all of this is connected and the people that live in these particular areas, if whatever's easier for you.
Oh, wow, I can screen share from here. Oh, I can I?
Yeah, Yeah, I can screen share it on my side. You can
Okay.
to you, and then you can screen share it back to me, and then the audience can see exactly what you're doing.
What are you wanting me to show your audience specifically? And then I'll
Okay.
see if I need to pull the map up and drive myself.
Okay. So starting from the last point that I covered, this his drive back from Jonesboro, we covered. He goes to the shed. He leaves his kids down at the creek. He turns around and goes back to the house. Then the video jumps to a place on the other side of this mountain.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I had to get the map and say, what is this? What is this chimney top loop he's talking about? It's not across the street. It's not right down the road. Until I pulled the map up and I said, wait a minute, Donald is way on the other side of this mountain here. And I wanted to find out, like I said, I wanted to look in every direction at least 20, 25, 30 minutes to see where he could have gone or what he was talking about regarding someone coming in and getting out of there in about 20, 25, 30 minutes. And then it took me here from the video. And I was interested in the time it took him to get there. But yet he's driving this thing all the way around that mountain to the other side. It's got nothing to do with his property. I'm sure it's more than 5,000 acres between Chimney Top Loop and Ben Hill Road. Why did he bring us here? So I figured Scott would know a whole lot more about this particular area here, and then we can blow up the geographical area as we proceed.
Well, that's I'm glad that you showed that last part where he turns on Chimney Top, because you're right.
Okay,
it's kind of
thank you.
It's kind of misleading when he, by the video, because he stops and then he picks up, like you said, over on Horton Highway.
Right.
But by watching the video, one would think he's on Beach Creek Road, which would be near his house.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I thought. And I looked and looked and looked until I heard him say it. I said, where the hell is this Chimney Top Loop he's talking about? And I put it in the search engine. I said, no, that can't be it. That's way the hell on the other side of the mountain. Well, what would he be doing there?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm glad that you showed that route, especially for your audience, so they can gain a perspective of how I was paying attention to the chat, because I wanted to see what their reactions was, their gauge, and I noticed. One that struck me right off was, boy, that's really rural. And yes, it is very rural. And by you doing that, you gave the audience a perfect representation of what this area is like. Chimney Top Loop is not the only road that would be that rural, which begs the question, why does he show us that one all the way across, on the other side of the mountain?
Right.
So why would he do that?
Exactly.
That's real good that you showed that. Now there's a couple of different ways that we could think about that. I don't know how much you want to get into what we did last night. As
much as you want to get into, Scott, we could lay it right on the table tonight, because the more we dig into this and the further we get, the more I feel we're moving closer to summer.
Right.
So whatever you want to share with us, I'm here for that, and just as well as the chat is. There's well over 825 people here. Thank you very much. And much love goes out to every single one of you supporting tonight's live. And taking a look at this geographical area here, Scott, early this morning, Scott and I were on his channel, and he was discussing all of this area in and around the house area where you see my cursor. Okay. And yet he covered more of this terrain, and I'll pull it back far more than I'm just covering here in this small geographical area. And that video bothered me because I wanted to know where he was taking us and for what reason he was showing us all of this all the way up until he got to Chimney Top Loop. So I said, let me follow him. Let me get the turns. If he makes a turn, find the turn on the map. And I was able to connect his route just the way I did. But our conversation here, just for this particular area, do you know anything about this particular area as it exists? Whether the terrain, the kind of folks that are in that area?
Well, I do. But here's the thing with that area, and we did talk about that this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Your mouse, you just moved your mouse away from where I was going to go, right in there. You remember, go to your left a little bit, west a little bit, right there. Remember what we talked about right there?
Yep.
CCS trucking.
Right.
What's that by? That's by the interstate exchange.
Right, 81.
Right there off the exit.
Uh-huh.
So if you extended your blue line instead of turning down Horton Highway and just continued down, that would be about the same timeline to deliver some inventory.
It would. Yes, it would. It hits 29, close to 30 minutes.
Yep.
Holy smoke. Thank you, Donald. Now yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's what, our research has, by looking at property deeds, previous owners, current owners, and if it's okay, I will take the map. I'll share my screen.
Okay, I'm just going to zoom in real quick and see what it does here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I thought it was going to put me right down in there.
Oh, yeah, it looks like you've got better resolution than what I do.
Yeah, see if I can put a little guy in there so he can give us a little bit of an idea as to, let's see.
Oh, if you could walk up to that trucking company, that would be great.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. That's what I'm hoping to do. You read my mind. Okay. So we got 93 here. And just turn it around. See if we can go. Hold on. Let me pull it back up just to get my bearing. Where was I? Okay. So we got Interstate 80 here.
One thing for the audience, right quick.
Yes.
All of these routes that we found. Gosh, I don't know. I see Penny was giving me zipped mouth. I don't know why.
Oh, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the part that I'm going to share right here, these routes have been discussed with TBI.
Okay.
So the scenario that I'm laying out has already been turned over to the proper authorities where it needs to go.
Okay, good.
Now, some of the stuff, I also want to say my disclaimer, I'm not directly implicating anybody in anything. I'm just going to give some names, some properties, and let you all do your own investigation if you want to go a little bit further. We've laid out on True Crime Commentary all of this. So if you want to follow our path of research, you'll end up probably in the same place that we did.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to screen share so that you can share your screen and take it from here, because you can direct us into that area that we're looking at far better than I can.
Okay. Let me see here and go to my share screen.
Let me know when you're ready, and then I'll go ahead and share it from my side. Because this area, as we scope it, to know that this is the route that Donald took to get over to Chimney Top Loop, and took that long drive where there are no cameras, very little residents whatsoever. You know, you have to ask yourself, why did he take that nearly 20 to 25 minute ride way out there over the mountain, far past his house or any place else? What would he be doing in that area, showing us that? And then the other question is, did EquiSearch search that particular area that he took that drive? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to share that.
Yeah, I've got it shared.
Okay. I'm sharing yours, right?
Penny's telling me she hopes that I've studied. I think Chimney Top is a shiny object. Look over here. Don't look over here.
Okay. I'm going to blow my screen up because I want to follow your mouse.
Okay.
Because I have a secondary device for the chat. Okay. All right. Now I can see you.
You just let me know when you want me to start moving around where the audience can see it.
Okay. Let me do this real quick because I think I hit the wrong one. Come on.
Because I'm going to go full screen, so I won't be able to see chat or anything, and I'll be able to really zone in.
Okay, so we got Scott here. I want to add this. Okay, is that still mine? Let me see. No, that's yours. That says Scott H. You're sharing from Scott H, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got my map on your screen share, correct? The one that we just got finished talking about.
Let's see if it expands out. Let's see. You see the
map
moving?
You got it. You got it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now
All
we got it.
Good deal.
All right. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
All right. Let's look at real briefly, because John already covered it very well. If we look at what did Don do when he came home? Jonesboro is right here. So this would be the most likely path for him to travel, to come up here and hit 347 on Beach Creek Road and come down to 110 Ben Hill Road.
Right.
Okay. While he's passing this, CCS Trucking is right here by the Interstate Exchange. Now, this is working off of my theory of a controlled disappearance. In other words, no abduction, no one snuck up on the property. That would alleviate any need for whether the dogs were there, whether they weren't there. So it wouldn't matter if they were barking. We wouldn't have to worry about the back door being locked. We wouldn't have to worry about strangers hiding behind the generator and going down the dog trail. We would be going to possibly the parents delivering the child, Summer, to someone to settle possibly a drug debt for trafficking purposes, for safekeeping with a relative, because he mentions in his words, she's far, far away.
Mm-hmm.
She's far, far away. And the parents don't act like they've lost a 5-year-old child.
Correct.
Their words are important. Actions are more important. So they're saying one thing, but they're only half truths. She's far, far away. That may be true, but you all know exactly where she is.
Mm-hmm.
Because you played a role in her getting there. Now, what role would that be? Like I said, it could, a multitude of things. Some that have a happy ending and some that have a more depraved ending.
Right.
That is a common thing in this area. Lots of drug trafficking, lots of other trafficking. And the reason why is if you continue down Interstate 81, you hit Interstate 40 that goes all the way across the United States, through Knoxville, through Nashville. If you go on 26 right here, you go, depending on which way you go directly into Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
If you go on 26 this way, you go directly into North Carolina.
Right.
So that is a prime location if trafficking was involved. Now, let's zoom in a little bit. I don't know how tight I can get in on it, but we're going to see.
You're doing good.
Okay. Here's the interstate, and you can see the little swirlies there, the exit ramps.
All right. So you got Interstate 81.
So if you were coming down through here from Ben Hill Road, you could pull right in to CCS Truck Driving School, come right back out, get on the exit ramp, and head towards Knoxville. Lickety split. Or you could come under the interstate and get back up on this exit ramp and go straight to Virginia. A different part of Virginia than 26 would have taken you. So there's multiple routes that could get you out of there.
Right.
Now here's something that's interesting. On this property, you can't see it, it's not marked, but there happens to be a cemetery.
Oh, wow.
It's called the Wells Cemetery.
Oh, for crying out loud.
This property,
wow.
This property was once owned by a family with the last name of Goad. Dawn's biological mother's married name was Goad. Her father, or his stepfather, was William Goad. This property now, and Hazel Goad, Dawn's biological mother, lived on this property for a period of time. Dawn, in his own words, has said that he's been visiting this area, not necessarily Ben Hill, but he said he's been visiting this area for 25, 30, 40 years in one of his interviews. This property now is now owned by a guy named Billy Dishner. Okay. So let's zoom back out here.
Right.
And let's go visit Ben Hill Road. Let me zoom on in down to, I'm going to stay zoomed out a little so you can see. Let me zoom in a little bit. Dawn owns 11.2 acres on Ben Hill Road, on top of the hill, basically. This is the path down to the power lines. Right here is the shed. That used to be all Goad property.
Now, this was before I guess they got there.
Right.
Okay.
2 adjoining lots to 110 Ben Hill Road, down here on the corner of Ben Hill Road and Beach Creek, are owned by Billy Dishner.
Okay.
Who has the same property as the trucking company where Hazel Goad used to live, who is Dawn's biological mother that married William Goad and lives up on 110 Ben Hill Road. So the familiarity of the properties, knowing where every little nook and cranny is on the properties, given by his own admission that he's been visiting this area for 25, 30, 40 years, he's probably met a whole lot of people. So, the Goads also had a trucking company business.
That would include the one off of, that would include the one that we just got finished taking a look at off of Interstate 81.
No, a different one.
A different one, okay.
Right. So there's a lot of trucking company truck drivers around.
Okay.
So that's one avenue that we could look at that I think that needs to be explored, because another thing that I noticed in the chat in the very beginning when you first started playing the Wells first interview with WJHL is lots of people were talking about how they were just reciting their little script.
Right.
We have to remember, and you went over very well the haircut situation, how they were contradictory in their statements. You went over how they were contradictory on Candace sending the boys to the creek versus, what Don said. We don't know what's going on, how he ended up from Beach Creek Road over on Horton Highway. He says when he's turning into the shed down here, I.
Right.
We've heard from the interviews, he said in the one interview that you played where he was standing outside there and it was dark, he said that he was hoping, I think it was that interview, he was hoping that he would get a call on his way home saying that they had found him.
Right. From TBI.
But almost in the same breath, he said he talked to Candace all the way home. So if he was talking to Candace all the way home, why would he be waiting for a phone call from Candace to tell him that they found Summer? And then he says that he goes on down to the shed because he knows they were already searching up at the house. Who? The boys were down at the creek. So was law enforcement already there and searching the house?
That's what it sounds like he said when he was driving the car. He said he knew they were there searching the house, and that's the reason why he headed toward the shed down off of Beach Creek Road. He wanted to check there first. That's exactly what he said.
Let's pull back out again, because you made another excellent point. This is extremely critical. We're looking at, now these are going to be eyewitness accounts.
Okay.
And technology accounts.
Okay.
Don was working in Jonesboro.
Just before you hit that point, I wanted to say thank you. I'm really excited now. I just wanted to thank Marley13 for sending a Cash App. My goodness, much love to you, Marley13, for doing that.
Okay, great.
And I have to say, and I'm going to put it on the live, folks. I've been on YouTube for going on 4 years, and this is my very first Cash App that I've ever received since doing all of the work that I've done on my cases. And I truly appreciate that love that just popped up while you were talking, Scott. So it's a blessing. It's almost a spiritual blessing, a sign. You're here explaining what I'm trying to cover on the presentation, and someone has reached out and shared their love for what we're trying to accomplish, which is to get justice for Summer. And just for that popping up, Marley13, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. But going back to you, Scott, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that out before I forgot it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime you're getting support from somebody that's interested in Summer, you just interrupt me anytime. You can always get back to me, but you need to address them right then. Okay, Don was working here in Jonesboro.
Okay.
I've got or have access to, and TBI has all this too, photographs of the exact house that he was working at on that day. I also have several eyewitness accounts of Don being there at 5:30 p.m. Fact. Not speculation, fact. TBI knows it. They've been out there. They've interviewed his boss and his foremans and his co-workers multiple times. John mentioned on his normal driving route home is about 36 minutes.
Right.
That's
on a regular typical day. Mm-hmm.
We have one of our boots on the ground people that actually drove it. We've actually had it driven 2 or 3 times. The fastest time, and this was going the speed limit, the fastest time was in 27 minutes, and one time was 38 minutes. I think the other was like 36 or something very close. Now, Don said he was flying when he talks about it in his interview, that he almost wrecks the car going around the curves and everything like that. So let's say, just for easy math, it took him 30 minutes. So he gets the call. You heard him mention that on the interview that you played, that his tools were very expensive and he had to, throw them in the car and leave.
Right.
Now he's on the phone with Candace all the way home. And let's say it takes him 30 minutes. Why was his 911 call at 6:23 p.m. and he left Jonesboro at 5:30? That's 53 minutes, John.
Yeah, that's almost an hour later. Yep.
Why was Candace's at 6:25? So Don calls 911 at 6:23. Candace calls at 6:25. Why did they? I thought Don said he got the phone call at 5:30 and he told Candace to hang up and dial 911. Didn't he?
Yeah. And the thing about that too is that now the police department should have 2 911 registered calls, one from Candace and one from Donald.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, you want to hear something really interesting? Donald's 911 call pinged from a different tower than Candace's.
Okay.
So where was Don for 53 minutes?
That's almost 1 hour.
Sure is. Sure is. Now, an hour gives you a lot of time to do a lot of things.
Oh, yes, it does.
If it's planned, you don't have to hurry. Because you're the one controlling the disappearance.
Exactly. And the timeline.
And the timeline. We've established Don and Candace are liars. I think everybody, if I'm on full screen here, but if you probably said, how many people put a 1 in the chat if you think Don and Candace are liars, I bet it's probably all 1s.
Yes, they were most certainly all 1s during the interview portion of that. Yes, everybody popped up with 1, and I had to throw mine in there too.
Okay.
And if well, since you can't see all 913 people in here, they're throwing up all ones right now. So we are in unison that they are liars. Yes. Wow.
Well, that shows that we have 913 people that have a level of common sense that doesn't have to be extremely high to know that they're being lied to. Now, I'm assuming that these 913 people have common sense that are way higher than that, so they know without a question that Don and Candace are lying. So everything going back to that video of Summer and the milk jugs that allegedly was taken at 3:09,
right,
till 6:23 and or 6:25 when the 911 calls are made. That's 3 hours and 20 minutes roughly.
20 minutes. Exactly.
So we are being told a scripted story by proven liars on the events that occurred between 3:09 and 6:25 that day. So there we are. We've got a timeline that we have to tighten up.
Yes, we do.
That's where a young lady named Jody Sue comes in. Now, you remember us talking about Jody Sue last night, right, John?
Yes, I certainly do. Yep.
Okay. Let's go visit Jody Sue. And please, on my behalf, respect Jody Sue. Regardless of what you may or may not think about her, has health issues. And all right. So we're back here on Ben Hill Road. John and I, the best that we can figure, this is the cabin that Jody Sue was staying in.
That's a perfect shot.
Goes down the driveway, and then you go up the driveway to 110 Ben Hill Road. Now, she says that her and her kids are in here hanging out, being kids, being noisy, rowdy or whatever. She hears what sounds like to her a scream at sometime between 4:30 and 4:42. So now we're starting to tighten the timeline up. If we can go by what Jody Sue's saying, which I think that she was desperately trying to get out of the situation on Ben Hill Road. And as far as we know, she's been successful and is safe, along with her children.
That is good. That's very good.
So now we've tightened up. Does 3:09 to 4:30, does that mean anything to us now?
Yeah, that would give us an hour and 21 minutes.
Right. So we've tightened up our timeline.
Time difference. Yes, we did.
Okay. Now there's debate on whether that was a scream or whether it wasn't a scream. It could have been a muffled scream. Whatever it was enough for Jody Sue to come down her driveway and to investigate, possibly, but she didn't, because Candace comes down in Grandma's truck, which is actually Candace's truck. It's registered to Candace. And she's on the phone with Dawn, and Dawn is freaking out because Summer's gone. So she jumps in the woods to go search again, and comes all the way down through the woods to the creek down here and runs up on the boys who were playing, acting like nothing's going on.
Wow. It was
That's
mentioned.
what she said.
It was also mentioned by, yeah, exactly. It was also mentioned by Chris Madonna through, I guess, one of his internal contacts, that law enforcement, when talking to the boys, the boys had stated to law enforcement that they were playing hide and go seek during the time Summer went missing.
They did, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Now, if you were any of the three boys, what were their ages again, John?
You got 8, 11,
yes,
and 1 now 13.
So the boy, at least 2 of the 3 boys would be old enough to know perfectly well if their mother and grandmother were completely distraught over the fact that their baby sister was missing. So would they be playing down there at the creek? If they really thought that their baby sister was gone and their mom and their grandma was all tore up, screaming all over the top of Ben Hill Road for Summer?
Like
Or was it just another day they were down playing at the creek? Because what happens when the boys are playing at the creek? Jody had mentioned hearing one car door and a red vehicle that wasn't the Subaru go up. She never said nothing about it going back down.
Right.
So was the boys playing just like any other regular day while somebody came up and picked Summer up without a struggle? They made the scream or whatever to distract Jody so she would get away from the house, so the red car would have time enough to get away and drive 25, 30 minutes to the interstate exchange.
And correction on the age, I said 8, 11, and 13. It's 9, 11, and 13. Thank you, Miss Penny, for putting that in the chat. Thank you.
So there we have another possible scenario.
Yes, we do.
But we have a tightened up time frame now. Because if that's the truth, and Jody Sue is talking to Candace in Grandma's truck down here at the foot of the driveway, and Dawn's flipping out going, oh my gosh, my baby girl's gone. Even if it was 5:30, he would have been home by 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So why did both of them all wait 25 more minutes to call 911? Because Candace was supposed to have already called 911
during the time that she was talking to Donald the first time.
When we have eyewitnesses of him being in Jonesboro at 5:30.
Right, exactly.
So then we've got to look at, did Beach Creek expect this to happen? Everybody to become so interested. We know what the house looked like up here at 110 Ben Hill. Chris McDonough showed us that.
Yes, he did.
We know that CPS had been involved.
Yes, they are.
We know that she was getting ready to start school.
Yes.
We also know Dawn was 12 years old and Jeannie was 5.
Yes,
His
indeed.
son was 12 years old and Summer was 5. We know by the conversations that Miss Penny had with True, which is Hunter's sister.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
That Dawn took showers with Summer. She told the TBI that, but they didn't really seem to be really interested. According to True and her legal guardian, Sherry, which is her grandmother, who gave Penny permission to talk with True. Penny only talked with True when True was around her legal guardian.
Okay.
So we know Dawn's past because Chris McDonough helped to uncover that.
Yes, he did.
And all that was swept under the rug by his father. What would happen if school started? We already have CPS involved. And they were to find out that possibly something like that could be happening. But up until this point, it had been swept under the rug. So Summer needed to go live with a family member for a while so that they could give an excuse that Summer moved to stay with her aunt in another state and nobody would know about any improper behavior. Because that improper behavior is predominant on both sides of the family. Mary said for at least 5 generations back.
5 generations. Wow.
So that means all of the children more than likely suffered some form of SA, and all of the parents of those children for 5 generations swept it under the rug. It's amazing what you can become used to and consider to be normal. We looked at the Wells house, their yard, the junk, their general appearance, their drunken and drug-induced behavior, their lying and deceitfulness, their manipulation on Candace calling Mary and acting like Dawn was getting picked up by the feds just to play a prank.
Yeah, that was very sick.
Is that any kind of behavior that parents would have if they were really missing their 5-year-old daughter? And their 3 sons had already been removed? Out of the 8 children between Dawn and Candace, 4 of them that they had on their own, 2 that Dawn had with another lady, 2 that Candace had with another man, none of those children were raised to adult age by either Dawn or Candace.
Mm-hmm.
According to the other interviews, Dawn had tried to sell one of his children for drug money. And he tried to adopt one of them. But one
Scott, if you can hear me, I think you dipped out there for a minute. So if you can repeat your last comment.
Don and his first wife were going to adopt out Don's oldest son for $10,000 to marry because of the horrible living conditions that Don's first 2 children were living in. But one of the stipulations was that Dawn and Candace could never see the child again. And the mother wouldn't, Dawn's first wife, the mother wouldn't go for that. So they called the deal off. So selling children doesn't sound like that's out of the realm of the possibility for Mr. Wells.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a whole lot of dynamics going on with this family. And multiple scenarios that could fit quite easily with very good motives for a controlled disappearance.
Yes, indeed. And it's because the parts and the pieces start to come together when we realize the location of the house and its surrounding areas and the folks in those surrounding areas. And if we can, it looks like we're beginning to expand from this location into areas that have relatives through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations, 40 to 50 years, 60 at best, living in close proximity of each other.
And then the same situation going on in Utah and Wisconsin.
And elsewhere, right.
Everywhere they've lived, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Penny just sent me a text, John, and she said, "I'm backstage. Was I supposed to have a link? His mods told me to click it."
I'm sorry. Okay. I see her. Oh my God. I wonder how long she's been there. I had to actually scroll down on this thing because I had my screen on super wide. Thank you for letting us know.
Well, she texted me about 8 minutes ago, but I was on a thought there and I didn't want to lose my train of thought.
I'm sorry. I am so
for the
sorry.
audience sake.
I'm going to bring Penny up. I'm so sorry, Penny.
No, that's fine. I've been listening.
Welcome, Miss Penny.
Hello. Thank you.
Hey, Penny.
Okay. Oh, my bad. My bad. Welcome. My goodness. We've got almost 900 people up in the chat. Wow. Much love to everybody. Thank you for joining us. And we're just starting to dig into this now. Yes, thank you for joining us, Miss Penny, because now, I just got a chill. Thank you for bringing it. I feel summer on me.
Oh.
Wow.
I was trying to get your email. I messaged you in the private chat so I can get your email so I can send you, the part that I was trying to jump on and contribute to was the CCS and then the routes with the no cameras and stuff like that. But I was trying to get your email so I can send you a screen recording that I just did for you to throw on screen so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. All right. So I will do this if you can see it. I'll put my
You want me
email up
to?
right underneath us.
I'm going to stop sharing
Sure.
my screen, John, so that you can do that.
Oh, okay. And then we can come right back to that point. Okay. All right. We are working, folks. So you've got my email scrolling underneath you right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And
Okay.
then as soon as I get it, I'll go ahead and pull it up.
All right. Let's see. Hopefully, whenever I don't know if this is multitask supported. Hopefully, whenever I go over to my email, it won't drop me out. Let's see.
Okay.
Just a sec.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
No, I can still hear you, so it might be working.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Penny.
Okay. Q.
Oh my goodness.
It's 001@gmail.com. There you are. Got you. Okay, so I
Miss
just did
Tiffany,
this screen recording. Hold on.
yeah, Miss Tiffany Marie sends her love. She just
Hey, Tiff. Is she in chat?
She just emailed me. I'm just pulling up the emails and stuff like that.
Okay, so let me just check my sent messages, make sure it went. Yep, okay, it went to you. All right, cool.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and do this. And Simon says do this. Okay, I've just got, oh, wait a minute. That's another one? That's another
What?
Cash App that just came in.
Oh,
Yours came in, the
cool.
Cash App came in, and then yours came right behind it. Wow, thank you. Somebody loves what we're doing tonight. Miss Marley 13 again.
Hey, Jack
Okay.
J.
My goodness. Okay. Much love back to you. All right. So
Thank you, everybody in John's chat. I'm glad to be here. I was definitely pleased when John invited me to come over and share with you all. I know I see a lot of familiar names in there,
Mm-hmm.
but there's some names that I don't know. So having the opportunity to share this information with you all, a new audience, a new set of eyes to look at things is important for all the work that we're all doing for summer. You know,
absolutely.
We're all
Hey,
here.
Trish.
We're all here for summer, and anything that we can do, you know, to let you guys see and be a part of it, and have your eyes and your minds look at it. I just really appreciate John's invite. So I just want your audience to know that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you are always welcome here. And please subscribe to Scott H. He has a YouTube channel. And if one of my moderators can locate his channel and post it in the room along with Miss Penny's channel, that would be TCC's channel, True Crimes Commentary. I'd certainly appreciate it. Mr. Boss Blake, welcome, brother. Welcome. Okay, Miss Penny, I'm looking at the email. It did come through, but nothing showed up in terms of anything in regards to content. So it just came in blank. Yeah, it came in blank.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
I thought I had added it. It's fine. I'll just do it again real quick.
Okay. All right.
Oh, dadgum. It says it exceeds the file limit. That's fine. It's okay. If you pull up your map, I can walk you through it.
Okay, so Scott had his map up,
All right,
And
Scott.
yeah,
Okay,
so
let me
I'll
go
just
back to.
yeah, I'll wait for Scott to pull his map back up, and then you're going to play it from your side, Miss Penny.
Nope, I'm just watching. I don't know how to do none of this. You're putting too much on me now.
Okay.
You pull it. Scott can pull it up, and he should be able to go straight to the locations I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay.
But I was listening to you guys last night. I had Scott, John, and Tiffany all on one stream, and I was like, you know what? I'm leaving chat. I'm gonna close my eyes, and I'm just gonna relax. It was the best. That was the best.
That was a fantastic.
You guys went for a long time.
We did a 7-hour and 15-minute marathon.
Yes, we
on
did.
Summer Wells last night.
Yes, we did.
That's
some of the best and the brightest.
Yeah.
We were still going at 7:00 this morning. Well, it was the stream was 7 hours and 15 minutes. I think I ended about 8:30 this morning.
Oh my goodness.
We still had 290 people.
Wow.
In chat.
Yeah.
You see, and that's the kind of people that you want to be watching too, because they're there just ready to soak up information. Somebody asked where they can find that live. Kara, you can find that on Scott H. Has Thoughts. It would be probably his most recent live, I would guess.
Yes.
Yes, the one that says 7 hours and change on. Oh, well, excuse
Yeah,
me. He
that
stayed
one.
an extra hour, so it would be almost 8 hours. It's a long one.
And John was on there for a very good part of it. So,
I was just there in chat saying, preach, facts.
But it was neat to see after a 7-hour stream, 300 people still engaged.
Yeah, strong too.
With support and love. And it was, people were saying, I'm fixing my coffee now and everything like that. I mean, they were just, it was just beautiful seeing everybody engaged and involved. And, it was great.
Okay, Scott, you're going to have to zoom out. And I want you to start at the Meadows.
Okay, and for those of you just joining us, we have Scott H. and Miss Penny from TCC, True Crimes Commentary, on the panel. We are breaking down this case like we've not seen before. This is a different perspective to incorporate and include in the information that you've already been able to cover from Chris Madonna's live in regards to the interviews that he has done with Candace Wells, Allison, Hunter, the phone conversation that he had with Donald, and also incorporate every single additional phone call and conversation that you've heard concerning Donald and his behavior, because it all goes to character. And once you begin to tie together character, you begin to tie together behavior. Behavior stems to actions. Actions is what's telling us the story, hence the truth. What you do speaks so loud. What you do speaks so loud. What you say, I can't understand sometimes, is what I'm saying. Action speaks louder than words. And we're looking tonight at all the physical actions that took place on June 15th concerning Summer going missing.
All right, Scott, I want you to add a location. Go open that back up and add a location. You're going to add 441 Horton Highway.
Oh, yeah, I know where you're going.
Horton Highway. Oh.
Yeah, John, I figured you'd like that.
Okay, now I was on to something. Okay, that's confirmation to me. Wow.
Wait till you see this, John.
You didn't see me in chat, John? I was like, Horton Highway. Yes, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. But you went the wrong way. Let me show you. I was like, oh my God, let me up. Put me in, coach.
Oh, I love it.
Okay. All right. So,
Okay, let,
front now, if you zoom in, you should be able to find right there. Like, okay, zoom in closer to.
the Meadows or 441 Horton Highway.
I want you to zoom in so you can show the Meadows, but then the clock hour, if they met, this is where. So CCS
Right
is
down
a
here is
trucking
the
school.
Meadows. Down here's the Meadows subdivision where Dawn was working.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right here is CCS trucking.
Right there in that little corner.
Yep.
Now it takes 13 minutes to get there from the house that Dawn was working at that day, not just a general location in the Meadows, but from the house that Dawn was working in that day to CCS in that general area, right there over there is 13 minutes there and back. Going the speed limit, not even racing. All right, so he's showing 51 minutes. That's all the way to Ben Hill. Okay, so don't pay that no mind. It's 13 minutes right there from where Dawn was working to CCS. Now, why is CCS important? CCS is important because if Candace was in Kingsport, which she was, and she dropped Hunter off, which she did, but she went backwards instead of the forward direction that you would assume she would go to travel home. If she went backwards and came up, what is that, the 81, Scott?
Yeah.
If she came up the 81, that right there by CCS would be the exit that she would have to take to go home. It would also be a good halfway point for Dawn. So that's why I say if they met, that is where. It just so happens to be that it's a trucking school that is on a property where Dawn's mom used to live that happens to have a Wells cemetery, may or may not be related to their bloodline. Irrelevant. It was a bonus find. However, whenever you go there, so scroll up over to CCS. Now we have a good timestamp, 13 minutes from the Meadows to CCS. All right, now from CCS, right there where that yellow line intersects with the blue line, that right there is CCS.
Right.
Now that red balloon, that's 441 Horton Highway. Now go behind that is 110 Ben Hill Road, right? So all you have to do is cross through the mountain. The question is, can you? The answer is yes, you can.
Okay.
Now zoom in.
Go ahead, Miss Penny. Go ahead. It's starting to give me the chills now.
Go ahead, zoom in, Scott.
On 441 or Ben Hill?
Right there, that's fine.
Okay.
So now, if you notice at Ben Hill, it shows dead end. It's a far away from the dead end. That would, where the mouse is right now, that's where you would consider it to be a dead end, because after that it's off the path. It's not paved. You can see it. You can see where the foliage and the canopy of that mountain is separated. Do you see it?
Yes.
That continues. Zoom in a little bit further.
So that now becomes a dirt road.
Underneath. And what's in there? Shacks, house, little camping. That's a little too far. Little camping blinds and meth houses and stuff like that. So you can follow that all the way through. Keep on going, Scott, and then you're going to see where the next named road picks up, which is into the mountain. You're going to go off to the right into the mountain.
Okay. What Penny's saying is the road, Ben Hill Road, but this continues through the mountain.
Right through.
So we're going to go on through the trees here. And we keep on going. And whoa, what do we find here? That road.
You see that road?
Yep.
Keeps going.
Right
through
on
the mountain.
Son of a
Is
gun.
that or is that not a route with no cameras? It is. And it is just so happens to be like 8 minutes away from CCS. So let's zoom out a little bit, and then you're going to go up. You're going to go a little northeast, and then just a little bit, and then it's going to show you the next named road that's going to pick up.
I think I need to go more.
A little bit further, yeah. Whenever you start to see that little division in the trees stops and that road is still there, you can see it through a
Yes, it
little bit of a
is. Yes,
clearing.
it is. Yes, it is.
All right, no. Go up and to the east a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Up. That's down. There you go. All right, zoom out a little bit, just a tiny bit, and you're going to see the next named road pick up. It's gonna, and then you'll see it. So there's a little, you can see it. So, okay, bam, right there, top right-hand corner. That's the next named road. And you go on that road and it's going to throw you out. Tell me if anybody, I'm going to look at chat right now. If anybody is in chat who can tell me what 441 Horton Highway is. I'm sure there's a few. All right, so
Hold on, John. Put your seatbelt on, John.
Okay. This is getting
so go
better
ahead
than
and
I expected.
Go ahead and drag it over to where that next named road picks up.
Okay.
And can you drive a small Subaru through there? Yes. Can you drive a
Yes, you
truck
can.
through there? Yes, you can. Can you
Mhm.
drive a small truck through there? Now, navigate me to 441 Horton Highway. Boom, right there, balloon.
Oh, wow. Oh,
All right.
wow.
Oh, Enchanted Life Path is in here. Hey. Okay, no, that's not the Chop Shop. That is the old Lamplight Theater. That sold days before Summer went missing. They have been moved. It's been vacated. It's been moved to Kingsport for the last 5 years. But the person who used to own it, Billy Wayne Arrington, he was still, I guess, financially responsible. He sold it just a few days before Summer went missing. And then why, I don't know. If it's unrelated, I don't know. But funny to me that just on the other side of that mountain that you can cut through is the old Lamplight Theater. Now, if you was to, I guess we can do homework. When you go to real estate pages and you put in 441 Horton Highway, it's going to bring up pictures of the inside of that house. Now, this is a Lamplight Theater. They're supposed to be like a Christian type, whatever. And so they do like a summer camp or whatever. But there was somebody lived there. That was somebody's residence. I'm guessing Billy Wayne Arrington Jr., actually, I don't think his dad was, that was Billy Cecil Arrington. So he's not a junior. But when you look at the pictures on the inside of his house, there's a room, like all the carpet is stripped out, all of it. And, I guess I understand carpet gets gross. If you're going to sell your stuff, then you're going to need to take out your carpet. And, but there is a room that has a bunch of children's bunk beds in that room. And, so there's just a little tidbit for people. Now, something else that's interesting is this 441 Hortons Highway is not part of Hawkins County. So where did they move to? They moved to Hawkins County, in Kingsport, though. And who is the commissioner over Parks and Recreation in Hawkins County? Does anybody know?
No, I don't.
Jeff Barrett. So they moved from a county where, why is that interesting? I don't know if you know why that's interesting. Jeff Barrett is the Hawkins County commissioner. He's over District 2, I believe.
District 2.
Yeah, District 2. The new Lamplight Theater is in District 4. However, I'm not entirely convinced that it makes a difference when you go to like the meetings and the councils and stuff like that. But whatever. So he's over Parks and Recreation. Tell me what a theater is considered. Recreation? So why is this important? Why does this matter? Because you have to look at the money that's exchanging hands around this time. And you know, you don't want to get in trouble throwing people under a bus or doxing people or whatever, but it's all completely relevant, especially in a situation where it's starting to look like there's a whole bunch of dark cover-ups, right? So we already have Billy Wayne Arrington, money exchanging hands. We've got Jackie Dobbs, money exchanging hands. Then you have what happened just before Summer went missing. Jeff Barrett proposed a budget allocation to, I think it was Laurel Park Run, to fix it. He was denied. He was completely across the board denied. They did a 100% reversal on June 16th. Money exchanging hands again.
The day after Summer went missing.
Yes. Is this relevant? I don't know, but I'm looking at everybody, and I'm looking at all the little slimy people, and I'm looking at all the money they're changing hands, and I'm looking at all the criminals running loose under Ronnie Lawson, and all the criminals he's friends with on Facebook, and all that stuff. I'm looking at them all, and they know I'm looking at them all too. So, so then, all right. So Jeff Barrett. Now, why did he even come on our radar? Scott, you want to tell us about that? Why did he come on our radar? Why did we start looking at him?
Because he was being very rude to us in our live streams in our chat.
It all started whenever we started talking about genealogy. And he popped up in our, and it's not, he didn't just pop up in ours. It seems like everybody who started talking about genealogy, he started appearing in their chats. He's been under many screen names, under many aliases in many chats. He also, go ahead.
Yeah, what I would you just popped something in my head, and I want to get it out. So we got names here, folks, in and around this area. Big names. We got the Barretts. We've got the Lights. You've got the Goads.
There you go, John.
You've got the Ditchners. And
you've got Trents, Lawsons, Dykes.
Thank you. Okay, now this starts to tie together. Yeah,
because they're all tied into 110 Ben Hill Road.
Bingo.
Now, so we start talking about genealogy. Other creators start talking about genealogy. We start digging into property deeds and, you know, money exchanging hands and stuff like that. And family ties, crime. And none other than Jeff Barrett pops up in chat and says, stop talking about my family. And then he's popping up in other people's chat. And then, I mean, even Enchanted Life Path, he popped up in Enchanted Life Path, and he's all the way in Liverpool. He's talking, and Enchanted Life Path was talking about, hey, there's these tunnels over here. Is this a place that they're thinking about checking? And Jeff Barrett pops up in his chat. What's this have to do with Summer? You know, so he's trying to lead people away whenever they're getting close. That's how I feel about him. And then there's also the man who shows up, or used to show up, at the prayer vigils with the Lamplight Theater, that looks a hell of a lot like Mr. Barrett. Is it him? I don't know. I haven't seen them face to face. I didn't get the two of them side by side with the front view and profile view and all that stuff, but it sure does look like them.
Right. So now, going back to Ben Hill Road, if you can go back to Ben Hill Road for me, Scott, 110. Go back to the residence, because Scott's going to show you something, folks, that ties in what Penny just said. So as we go back to the property here, and I want to direct you, and if you can, okay, all right, come, yeah. There we go. And now come back out, and I'll tell you when to stop. come back out, 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 come back out. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there.
Enchanted Life Pass says he has the same shorts on at the committee meetings. It's Jeff. So, yeah, I mean, he must have a doppelganger if it's not.
So here we're gonna zero in on these names. And these names begin, as you will see, to surround the property line. If we go to the lower left, and I think Scott has to zoom out a little bit. Okay. And Scott, as we discussed early this morning, we have a clan over to the left of Ben Hill property. And what is the name of that clan that we talked about?
Well, let's zoom in and let's take a look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Kristen, they do listen. Kristen Salsa says this makes sense, and I hope someone listens and brings Summer home. They do listen. People who we don't even want to listen, you bet your bottom dollar they are listening, and so are all the right people. They're also listening, and we know this. Factually, we know that they're listening.
Okay. Now in this particular area here, to the left of Ben Hill, right off of Beach Creek Road, there is a property. On the property, it has a name. And that name to the left of Ben Hill, where Donald and Candace live, are the lights. If I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay.
Left and right of Ben Hill, actually. Two clans.
Two clans. Okay. Okay. So we have one family name directly to the left. What does that have anything to do with Donald and Candace, Ben Hill Road? It has a connection. There are 4 to 5 generational lines of family. It's all connected to Donald in this region, in this geographical area. One of them happens to be the lights. And if we go and blow up this map again, and we go to the right of the property, as we did this morning, and following the line, you could follow Beach Creek all the way up. And there we have Ben Hill Road, and we follow the line and track straight up. We zero in, and back here, just behind that little mound, not far away from Ben Hill Road, we have another family name. And that family name that pops up on this property of the Goads, Goads.
Well, this is the other lights right here.
Exactly. And you've all heard of that last name being related through marriage, where Donald's mother is attached to that name. And I'm going to let you take it from here, Scott, because I just wanted us to zero in on how close in proximity these are all starting to connect.
Exactly. Now, if we go, so we've got Light Holler to the right of Ben Hill, Light Holler Don's stepdad is a Goad. Before the Goads got in, the Lights were marrying the Lights 4 generations back.
Mm-hmm.
On Don's stepdad's father's side, On Don's stepdad's mother's side, here we have Barrett Hollow.
There goes the name Barrett again.
The Barretts were marrying the Barretts. 3 generations back, the Lights start marrying the Barretts. 2 generations back, the Lights start marrying the Goads. And then on the mother's side, they start marrying into, well, she was originally an Everts. And then Don's mother was originally a Wells. Then she was a Kelly. And then she was a Goad.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole area, geographically, is Barrett Hollow, the Goad property, the Light property, and the Light property.
She also wrote books on how to hang drywall, in case anybody didn't know that. Interesting lady.
Yep, you can go to Amazon and you will find How to Hang Drywall, a book written by Don's biological mother, Hazel Goad.
Boom.
Karen Hazel Goad, if people are wondering where the
Yeah.
Hazel came from. She did go by Hazel.
Right. Karen Hazel Goad. Yeah, thanks for correcting that.
And so the connection here is that you've got a number of different family names, no matter where they are in the geographical area, all connected to Donald Wells and Candace.
But here's another question that I want to ask the audience. In the very first interview that John played of Don and Candace, at the very beginning of this video, did he or did he not say that he did not know his neighbors? Hell, he's related to the whole damn holler.
Exactly.
Yeah, he spent his child, in and out. He was in and out of Tennessee. He was back and forth with his mom and his dad. And so, he's familiar.
Very familiar.
You also you hear Don in one of his interviews talking about that he, in his younger days, he spent time in every county jail in Texas. Well, where did William Goad and Karen Hazel Goad live? In Texas with Don. Because if you remember Mary's interview, she says that Don thinks that his dad threw him away. But the terms of the divorce between Don's father in Utah and Karen Hazel Goad, who was originally Karen Hazel Wells, got legal custody of the children and took them to Texas and multiple other places in between.
You're blowing the chat's mind. I just want to let you know this thing is flying over here. You are blowing the chat's mind.
So, Scott,
told you we were going to be getting into some information tonight that was going to change your perspective as to how you're looking at the case and things to consider.
So, okay. All right. So you remember Candace said she took the truck and she went down into the holler as deep as that truck would take her. And so, well, how deep is that? That's straight damn through the mountain, is it not? And now, how far away is that from CCS? Not very far. It is not very far. Boom, it's right there.
Let me see if I can blow in as tight as I can on as big as I can on my screen.
So in essence, while Scott is doing this, folks, yeah.
Go ahead, John. I'll run and get a cup of coffee. Go ahead.
Okay, good. In essence, here we go. Summer goes missing on June 15th. Candace doesn't know where she is. She's just gone. Donald gets a phone call from Candace telling Donald she's missing. Donald tells Candace to call 911 just in case. Verbatim, he said, just in case. He stated that he called 911. Go ahead, Penny. Go ahead.
Okay, so she calls him at 5:30. Dawn calls police at 6:23. He's still in Jonesboro. That's confirmed because they had to transfer him. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive that this isn't public knowledge, but I feel comfortable saying it without saying it. Candace called only a couple of minutes after Dawn called. So 5:30, then he calls at 6:23, and then a couple of minutes later, she calls cops as well. So they both waited almost an hour to call the cops. So CCS isn't very far from that Horton Highway, not far at all. Now, at first, the CCS thing wasn't really, it was just a meeting point. It was just somewhere that was like a mutual location, a good halfway point for both Dawn and Candace if they met up. But then we stumbled onto the fact that his mother used to live there. But then whenever one of our sources was talking with her friend, she says, she was talking about, is there any cameras on 81? And she was like, why? And she was like, oh, because we're looking at this location, da 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 da. And she was like she went pale. Why did she go pale? She pulled into CCS. I'm gonna do an interview with her. She just got back from vacation, but she pulled into CCS, and she was an attempted abduction. They tried to pull her through. There was a man, and he had a rig, and his plates were Michigan plates. Because lots of trucks pull in there. They pull in there to do little tune-ups on their trucks and change their tires and stuff. It's a ginormous parking lot. And the man tried to pull her through her window, and she hit reverse and left. And so she told her friend, which is one of our sources, that. And so now we have to look at it, because at first it was just kind of like, oh, well, what a coincidence. That's a major way to traffic people and children, is through trucking. Well, let's look at the RSOs right there around that area. Tell me why one of them is an offender for attempted sexual exploitation of a minor. Right there. Tell me why whenever you go to this Facebook page, one of the first names I clicked on and ran a background page, because I like to look at who's looking at people's stuff, right? So I clicked on this person, I ran a background on him, he's clean, but his profession is listed as a school bus driver. Okay, so these little connections start to pop up, and you see who is affiliating with who, and it doesn't look pretty.
Okay. So in light of what Miss Penny said, when you take a look at Candace and Don's theory about a stranger abduction, we've blown that out of the water. That doesn't work. It is off the table. However, if we take a look at motivation, what would motivate Don and Candace to make their child go missing? Why would they want to make their child go missing? Well, let's back up a little bit and know and remember that they had issues with CPS. And CPS was the reason the three boys were taken from the property because of what happened. Summer goes missing. The place is in dire straits. It's been desolated by search efforts and things of that nature. But even well before the search efforts and before Summer went missing, we saw TikTok videos of Summer dancing in the rain on the property and what that property looked like when she was dancing in the rain. Okay. Now you've got CPS issues. They're coming to possibly take Summer and the kids away from you. So what would be your motivation to prevent that from happening? That's my question to the chat. We're going to take a moment and see what the chat says about that specific motivation. What would you do to prevent CPS from taking your child? Put it together. 1 + 1. Let's see what you say.
I wonder though, because those boys weren't treated very right, either. So why wouldn't they try to hide the boy?
Exactly.
Why just Summer? Because the
Why
boys,
just Summer?
from what I've been told, from Sherry, was they were allowed to drink alcohol, whiskey, smoke weed, all kinds of stuff.
There you go. It's starting to come out. Exactly. BB Diamond says, hide Summer out. Karen Campbell says, hide.
Plenty of family around there to hide her with.
Jeannie says, hide, sell. Alice says, hide her. Joyce, they would hide her. Yeah, keep going, folks. They would hide, sell, hide. Dawn Mills, hide. Kathy Hughes, hide. You don't want CPS to come and take your child because they may have gotten wind of some SA activities happening there at 110 Ben Hill Road. And they were coming to not only investigate, but they were coming to check it out. And if they felt in some way, shape, or form that Summer was abused in any way, shape, or form, like the broken teeth, the 2 front teeth that were chipped, and find out that, not only her hygiene was being affected, but other areas of Summer were being affected. Her face was always dirty in certain pictures. Her hair was cut short.
She was always grabbing herself.
Exactly. And caught on film. So what am I saying? Is it a possibility? Is it a strong possibility that Donald and Candace, along with Grandma, knew exactly what they were doing on June 15th when all of this occurred and gave them motivation to say, no, CPS is not coming to take Summer from us. We're going to hide her. We're going to put her away ourselves so they won't get to her and prevent her from being shipped out and trafficked out of that particular venue to somebody else that may be a sex offender, that may abuse her. And so the best thing you do for the thing that you love, for the child that you love, you protect them. And the way to protect them is to hide them. Take them someplace else, drop them off, make an arrangement with someone. Who do you think they could possibly have made an arrangement with? Looking at the map and calling out these names and looking at the area, you decide. And we're starting to narrow in this particular area. Could that have been the possibility here that took place regarding Summer?
Something else to consider.
Yes.
Just looking at the background of Jody Sue's boyfriend, Voldemort, the charges on his record was maintaining dwelling for drug use, or something like that, something to the effect that they manufactured drugs in that house. CPS, I don't know if CPS ever got involved with those kids. Obviously she has her kids, which is amazing. That's great, because that's where they should be with their mom.
Right.
But I don't know if they ever came in. They were both charged for it, but from my understanding, that was his little operation, and if you remember, Jody said that Voldemort pulled up moments before dawn. So basically, they both pulled up together.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a drug manufacturer / dealer living across the street from an addict. And she even said that Voldemort has been to Wanton Ben Hill way more than she ever has. So I wonder, how is it if they're coming from different locations? You see that she said he texted her that day and said he was going to be home late. Dawn happened to have messaged or talked to Candace trying to see where she was to see if he should stay out later. Just so both of these men are communicating with the female in their lives at home to talk about time and arriving and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they both pull up around the same time. So one is a dealer / manufacturer, and one is an addict. Two, and then Candace herself is an addict, probably
Right.
grandma too, for all I know. And then, so what is it? Possibly, maybe Dawn had a debt to him. Maybe, I don't know. That has to, just because of the background and the situation that we know that Jody was in based on her story, and the fact that because we know how abusers manipulate, she said one of the last things that Voldemort tormented her daughter with is with what happened to Summer. What would that sound like? Well, what happened to Summer whenever she told her, you don't want to get gone like Summer, or something like that. Like your mind just goes wild and crazy with
Right.
all of the different scenarios of how he could have but she used the word tormented her child with what happened to Summer.
Mm-hmm.
What is that about? I don't know. Why did they pull up at the same time? Just something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you go backwards and begin to, and that's why I wanted to start tonight's live with that interview, so that you can once again look at the demeanor, body language, spoken words, chosen words, correction of spoken words, past tense words that were used by Donald. You begin to factor in, they weren't at all blown out of the water by Summer being missing. They're not crying. They're not wailing.
No.
Whole different demeanor. And now go to Chris Madonna's interview, his phone call with Chris, what was said there. The second phone call Donald made to Chris, his demeanor changed drastically. The phone call that was made to his stepsister, Mary, and what he said about the essay issue and why Mary called him regarding the essay issue. I just called to tell you that they're going to be pressing charges against you and everything. And he said, oh, really? When? Yeah, she said today. And he goes, oh, well, why in the hell are they bringing that up 40 years later? Remember that phone call? And we witnessed his demeanor change. Same as the interviews that he's had on YouTube, on that other channel, on a consistent basis to try to clean that mess up away from Chris McDonald's interview room, because Donald felt that Chris tricked him. He said, you're a liar. You're an effing liar. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was lividly pissed at Donald. Donald was lividly pissed at Chris for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris said, what did I do? What did I do? What are my sins? Remember? And so you've got Donald totally lit because his narrative was being crushed at that time, and he had to come out of hiding and straighten it out. Candace goes into hiding, and now she's worried that their narrative won't hold water anymore because things are starting to break it up. And here tonight, during this slide, we start to see who they were surrounded by, that which goes to victimology. Who was Summer surrounded by, and how wide, how deep, and how thick were her surroundings? Well, that's why you have Mr. Scott and Miss Penny on this panel tonight to bring to you additional information that makes that story more sound than ever before. And I want to thank everyone for hanging out with us this long, covering this information, because as Scott mentioned before, there's going to be some information about this coming out. It's eventually going to come out because it's starting to break ground now.
Yeah, they can't hide it forever, that's for sure.
Exactly. Because the area that we're talking about is a small geographical area that's got so many ties, so many generational ties in there that you can start to put the motives on the table. CPS is a motive. Make your child go missing, hide her. Then you've got a financial debt that Donald and Candace may have had with some of the other generational relatives. That could be a possibility, a very strong possibility at that.
Yeah.
So
on top of Candace and Don are really, they're outsiders, you know, they're not the same. That property isn't theirs by birthright like other people in the area get their land passed down to them through generations, you know? So that's something that could, you know, piss some people off too, potentially. You don't want to piss some of those people off out there.
Yeah, because they can make you what?
Disappear.
Get gone fast. Right?
They can make you get gone. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, let me throw a little perspective in there as well for your audience. My perspective of Beech Creek comes from, I went to school with them, not the Wests, but the Lights, the Barretts, the Dykes, all these people that we're talking about. I went to school with them. My dad, Beech Creek was the same way then, with the same groups of family then. My dad's 78 years old.
Oh, God bless him. My goodness.
So we're talking about, this has been this way in Beech Creek for at least 60 years that me and my dad can account for. He used to be a Kingsport police officer, and then he worked for the Kingsport Power Company. So when he started out at the power company, he drove the little truck around and pulled up in each individual driveway, walked up to their house, read their power meter and everything. Like I said, when I went to high school, we had what was called middle schools, which was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. There was 2 middle schools, one in Hawkins County, one in Sullivan County, because part of Beech Creek is in Hawkins County, part of it is in Sullivan County. After 8th grade, we merged into one high school. So all of those roads, Light Holler, Barrett Holler, Beech Creek Road, right across on the other side of the mountain. We'll go up here and I can show you. We'll scroll in. Oops. Well, for some reason it's not grabbing my.
I sure do wish the FBI would take over.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're never going to hear the words cold case come out of Ronnie Lawson's mouth, because as soon as that happens, Chris McDonough's sinking his teeth in and he ain't letting go.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to, somehow I lost my thing. Let's see. Do we need the Meadow subdivision anymore, Penny?
No, you can take it off.
Okay, let me go back to. Yeah, let me show you something different here too, which would be interesting. I think this is the way that I did it. Now, back in my younger days, I used to be a rowdy young man, and the video that John played of Don retracing his route. Did you all notice how many cars did Don pass on those roads?
I don't know. Maybe
He
like
was absolutely flying down them roads.
yeah, he might have
Not a
passed
care
like
in the
4.
world, because he knows that there's nobody on those roads because the population is so sparse and spread out. And when you're a young rowdy guy like myself, that is a perfect place to ride around the back roads and drink beer and go back in them hollers and hoot and holler and shoot guns and go four-wheeling in big four-wheel drive trucks and ride dirt bikes and just, have a big time. Have a big time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right here is, this is Beach Creek Road here. Right across the mountain, this is Grassy Creek Road. And then last night, John and I were talking about elevation profiles and whatever.
Right.
If you can see, each of these are ridges. Those are spines of mountains. And then as you get over here, the elevation drops in order for the river to run through. And you see over here how, and well, on the other side where John was showing you on the other side of the mountains here, this is Horton Highway right here. So Chimney Top Loop is somewhere right around in here. Same kind of deal. On the other side of the mountains here, it gets all flat. And you could see that when Don was driving on Chimney Top Road, Chimney Top Loop. Now, for instance, Geraldstown Road right here is where we had my high school graduation party on a big farm back there. Big bonfires, drinking beer, hooting, hollering all night long.
Mm-hmm.
We had all these mountains here to four-wheel in, all these haulers. You saw how all those roads end. Let me come back out here, and you can see here that road ends right there. That road ends right there. That road ends right there. Every road comes to a dead end up against the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Somebody lives at the back end of every one of them roads. Every one of those roads, these are old country mountain people. They have either tractor roads, four-wheeler roads, Jeep roads going back. So they have their own hunting blinds. And back, in my daddy's age, they were making moonshine. So everybody had a place because, again, like John was talking about, when we were looking at, when we blow in really tight, there's all kinds of creeks running down through there. Well, of course, you have Beach Creek, and then you have Grassy Creek on the other side of the mountain. And then the Limestone Branch that
Right.
goes from Ben Hill Road over to Horton Highway. So there's plenty of creeks to run for the moonshiners.
Question, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
So running moonshine tunnels, were they ran through tunnels ever?
No, not that I ever knew of.
Okay, 'cause I see that a lot. People wanting to check tunnels and stuff like that. But if hey, look, there is room in those ridges for tunnels to go through them. I promise you, because if you go over to Laurel and or Merle and Lone Star and go directly north, you'll see a Army weapons station, and that whole thing is underground.
Holston Ammunition. Yep.
Yeah. So
It's
there's
fenced off with
definitely
6-foot chain link fence with concertina wire around the top, razor wire around the top of it.
Yeah, I
You
saw
ain't-
that and I was like, what in the heck? Show it on the map. I saw it and I was like, what is that? Aliens land there? And then I zoomed in and then it was like, I was like, what is this? And then it didn't show up on the how do you say it? Topography map. Like, and then I finally got it and then it was some Army something another plant. But all those little circles, if you keep going, and I went pretty far, all of those go in the ground. That was pretty neat. And there's no access to it at all.
No, you're not getting in there.
But yeah, there's definitely room for tunnels over there in that elevation.
Let me see.
I tried to go as far as I could on Street View, but that over there to the where all those little circles are in the greenery, and then you go over to the right, that's the plant where they make the stuff.
Yeah, all this right over here. Well, you can see the fence line down through there.
Yeah.
That's the fence line all the way down through there.
Mm-hmm.
And you are not all that.
You ain't getting on there.
Is Holston Army Ammunition Plant. No, you are not getting on there.
Yeah,
I can assure you of that.
That's a strange place to have a ammunition plant right there in the middle of all that.
Well, we've got another one that's on that right there is one of the places, and down below Jonesboro where Dawn was working, there's a place called Aerojet, and they manufacture stuff for bombs. And then in Irwin, which is a couple of counties over in Unicoi County, we have Nuclear Fuels, and they manufacture stuff for military grade nuclear weaponry and nuclear warships and stuff like that.
Well, I was just bringing it up because the question came. Well, there was a theory floating around that there's tunnels that they used to pass moonshine through, and you were talking about moonshine. Didn't want to derail the whole thing, but I did want to just point out that there in that elevation, it's very easy to start making tunnels through those mountains because they certainly did it over there. There's plenty of holes, and they all go underground right there.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fascinating.
So going back to Horton Highway and that area that Donald made that right turn on, which is that crazy name that he was talking about, that I was referring to back in the middle of the live and everything else like that. The time length between getting from 110 Ben Hill all the way through that mountain region. Yeah, you've got it back up now, Scott.
Are you wanting to go back to Chimney Top Loop?
Yeah, Chimney Top Loop. And I wanted to find out if there was any significance to that area as it relates to the people that have been popped up on tonight's live, whether it relates to the Barretts, whether it relates to the Lights, the Goads, the Dishners, whether it relates to Lawson, whether it relates to any of those names, because that's the direction he took on the video. And at first, when I looked at it, it kind of confused me because I said he's nowhere near his property line in order for us to understand what he was doing. But he went that way to show us, I guess the route he took, or he wanted us to see a route that he had taken. But I said, how the hell did he get over there? Until I put it in the search engine and then found out his route, which was about 25 minutes, give or take, through the holler over that mountain ridge.
I'm looking now to see if I see any family names.
Yeah, because that would be an area I would check to see if there's any relation to the names that are popped up in and around that area, that geographical area, that is.
One of the locals that I talked to out there, that chimney top, stood out to her too. She was like, I think that they need to go check over there because that's right behind Don's property. And
because if there is any family members, if there is any family members that are in that hub, in that chimney top loop, because it loops right all the way around a mountain part, and then reconnects back in another direction towards Horton Highway.
Exactly.
It's almost like a giant horseshoe. And I said, I wonder if there's any family members that he may have dropped somewhere off in that area. EquiSearch goes in an entirely different area. There are certain families that live out in this region that did not want EquiSearch to search on their property due to privacy issues. And so I'm wondering, out of this region, could there be a family or families in this region that may have prevented EquiSearch from getting to? And that's why Lawson had came out. Yeah, that's why Lawson came out and said, everybody search your property, look for Summer, and if you find anything, give us a call, let us know.
Well, just click on a street name and I'll throw it in the search, and then we'll see who all lives on each street.
Boom. Because that's where I am in this case. I am, shoulder to shoulder with you guys, covering this terrain like you would not believe, and spending days and hours upon hours just trying to understand it, and having you both on the panel to really give us a clear understanding as to what this region consists of, more or less the families that live in this area, is absolutely a gem tonight. It's a diamond. It's a diamond. And I thank you both so much for your time.
Thank you for letting us up.
Yeah, definitely.
It's amazing what can happen whenever people work together, and there's no ulterior motive. All right, give me a street name so I can throw it in there.
Chimney Top Loop.
All right, we'll go with that one.
I mean, he drove it.
Yes, he did.
Is it Rogersville or is it
Fall Branch?
Fall Branch. Okay.
All right. Oh, I didn't mean to do whatever I just did there.
Chimney Top Loop.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at it and see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Fall Branch, Tennessee.
Because at the very end of the video, where so it just abruptly shut off, and I went back, and it did the same thing. And I said, how far was Donald from Taylor Road? Because he was in the direction of Taylor Road that ran off of Chimney Top Loop. And
what's the zip code? Sorry, what's the zip code on that? Do you know? Anybody know? Let me look. Let me see. Chimney
37656.
37656. Okay. All right. Clicking search. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to.
Okay. That's okay. And the video shut off, so I wanted to know what that area was. So when I pulled it up and found that it matched the 25-30 minute get out of town timeline. I said, Donald, did you come back here? Is this where you went? Is this what you were talking about the back roads having no security cameras, little to no residence whatsoever, and
Right.
may have taken Summer back here somewhere to maybe drop off, and then turn right back around, show back up at the house, and then played like, oh yeah, she's gone. You know, she's been abducted. And I said, who would better know than the abductor regarding the abductee?
This is interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm seeing two common names. One name I've come across before. Just a second. There's two of the same last name. One of the first names I've come across before, which is interesting. All right, let me just go through some last names here. We've got on the street, it's showing me 3 RSOs. Let's go ahead and get those out of the way.
You've got RSOs on that street. Look at that. My goodness.
3 of them.
Wow.
On
that's
one
nothing.
on one loop.
Okay, so I'll dox the RSOs. I don't care. Daniel Lee Saylor.
Okay.
Woodrow Carter. That's the guy that has the commercial truck driving offenses. That was the sexual exploitation offender. Then you've got Timothy Darby Killen. All right, those are the RSOs. Now the rest of them, I'm just gonna do last names. We've got a Parker, Baxter, and I have come across this name recently, and I feel like whenever I hear the name Baxter, I'm tying it to Lamplight in some way, and I don't remember exactly how. I feel like it was connected to the sale, so I'm gonna have to go back into that. We've got a Cross. That was a. Now this one is interesting. This next one doesn't have a person's name. It was a cash purchase for $500. Go into the details on that, and it says deed securities category resale cash purchase universal land use religious property indicator exempt, but there's no name. But it was 500. It was just $500. So whatever that was. Okay, so then we have Baxter again. And then we have Cole and Charlton.
Yes, MC. Hold on 1 second, Miss Penny. Somebody's MC here for Summer Wells. Got some big question marks again. Anyone? John Q? Is there anybody listening to me?
Aw.
Yeah, it's someone in the chat by the name of MC here for Summer Wells. So if you
What was
want
the question?
if you want to put, let me see what it says. And you were okay. MC.
We're glad you're here, MC.
Yes, scrolling up. Let's see what MC wanted my attention, your attention, Penny's attention. And I'm trying to see what it was that MC wanted to tell us. So MC, since you have our attention, type in the chat what you wanted our attention for.
Looks like Miss Lovely Q Carlock asked her as well.
Okay, so don't you think it would be not wise to talk about this case they are on and do something with Summer if she's still alive? Okay. All right. So it's a concerning question that MC here for Summer Wells said, don't you all think it would be wise to not talk about all this in case they are online watching us and do something with Summer if she is still alive? And I would basically say we are not actually doxing anyone other than what's been made public. I'm sure Miss Penny has found that information in a public way. You know, she's not
Mhm.
paid for that information in regards to using that information in a negative way. This is made public. And so if she found the information just as quick as she did, then anyone can find that information if given the time to put their attention in this particular area. Now, if they let's go back to what MC said. If in fact someone in that area does have summer, they really couldn't do any damage to this case or to Summer because we are in this area. What they could do, though, is make a mistake and move her if she is there in the region, because that's what I would do.
Mhm.
Oh, they found me out. I guess we got to go. Pack up the stuff, burn the computer, grab your bags. Let's hit the road.
And there's eyes on them. Go look at the second to last post on my community page. Just go look at it.
Yeah. And yes, TBI, as well as law enforcement, has got their eyes all over this area. So if there's any movement whatsoever, they'll be able to pick up on it. And I think that's what TBI is waiting for, is to get some movement out of this particular area to see if they can track and trace.
Yeah, got to see where the roaches scurry to whenever the lights come on.
There you go.
That's what they
Exactly.
do. That's exactly what they do when the lights come on. They scatter.
What we, and this was horrible to think about. I hate to even say it because there's some other research that me and Penny and some of our research team may or may not be covering. I don't know yet. But it's about some horribly terrible things that go on in this country. And one thing that we found out when we were doing all this research, and Penny said it, she was like, this goes so much deeper than Dawn and Candace and Summer.
It's wider, it's deeper, it's darker. It is not just Candace. It is not just Dawn. It is not just Grandis or Ronnie Lawson or any of these names that we're naming. They are just but a small part of it's allowed to happen, and it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere, right under everybody's noses.
We're documenting some of that part now. I've been doing a series over on my channel or on True Crime Commentary, and then on my personal channel, we've been documenting the crime / corruption / questionable behavior going back, from around 2000. And we probably could go back farther than that, but 2000 is a good place to start because that was 20 years ago.
And you don't even need to go. You don't even need to go back that far to get a sample. We can go as recent as last year. Let's look at Washington County. Let's look at the lady who stole money from Churchill Rescue Squad. I mean, you don't have to dig back far at all. These people are no good out there. These people who run in these counties. I'm not saying these residents. I'm not saying the good old Appalachia people. I'm talking about the people who are running these places and driving them into the ground and letting criminals run free and letting drugs just spread like wildfire, letting these kids go. And I said that, you heard me right, letting these kids go missing on their watch.
That's horrible. It really is.
And that was
not only in Tennessee, but you have the same thing here in New York. Happening. You've got it in Texas. You've got it in California. You've got it in Florida. It's the first time I've come across in the last couple of weeks where they're finding bodies in dumpsters being burnt, whether they're dismembered or not. I said, these people are
that was in
burning
Texas,
bodies.
right?
Yeah. And
there was a woman and child. They were dismembered and burnt, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it only reminded me of the Amari Nicholson case as to what happened to that little boy, out in Las Vegas. He was thrown in a dumpster.
Yeah.
You see? And this is the mindset, folks, of the 21st century that we're living in. 30, 40, 50 years ago, or give or take in that timeline, you never heard of anything like this. Obviously, now with the internet, we're able to get this kind of information at the speed of light.
It's amazing the things that we found. I mean, there's one of the largest gangs that are affiliated with traffic situations, the Vice Lords, that have Rogersville, Tennessee addresses. Like Penny said, the amount of drug dealers, missing children. I mean, it's just chop shops. Any kind of crime that you could imagine.
Yeah. And then, like you just said, chop shops. Well, what was the thing that we had the other day with the bit that came in that was sent to the TBI, and the woman was talking about helping her son move out of a bad situation in a property owned by Gary Merkos, because she didn't want her son to turn up dead inside there like the last tenant did. What is that about? Tell me why Ronnie Lawson's BFFs with him. That's so weird, but it's not. It's really not. Did y'all want me to keep reading these names on this chimney?
I would say we can pause on the names. You can continue to do the research behind the scenes. And what we can basically do is pick up off of this live when I go live next with an update concerning the Summer Wells case. And we can all come back and discuss this region. Now that we're here, we're going to stay here until we define this region to a point to where it's going to give us some additional information about the folks that live up in here in this chimney loop circle, or chimney top circle, whatever the hell it's called.
There is a lane on there.
It is, so we can hold off on that. But I wanted to address the chat and address members of the panel with I just guess a point of view right now from what I've gathered from all of this tonight. I'm sure the chat has definitely gathered more than they anticipated or realized based on this chat and the discussion thereof. When talking about this particular case, you could see from that interview where we are now, how broad, how big, how wide, how connected it really is. What we were told from that interview was just one thing, and it was a small story about a 5-year-old, Summer Wells, going missing on June 15th. Her hair was cut. She had on, I guess, brand new school clothes, according to the narrative, and she was on her way home, but she didn't make it there. And if she did make it there, she didn't stay there long, because the events that occurred within a 3-hour timeline from 3:09 up until 6:26, 6:27, let's go 6:30, those 3 hours changed the life of a child. And in a way that's got us here tonight supporting that life, hers, Summer Wells. And whatever happened to her, we're on this case looking to find out the reasons why. We're into the why. We already know a lot of the how, but as Chris Madonna had brought up on his show, when you can get to the why, you can get to motive. When you can get to motive, then you can understand everything that's unfolded. And that's what we're after here from this point, is to get the answer to the question why. Because if Donald, Candace, and Grandma had anything to do with the why, it's going to come out. And it's going to come out of the area in which they lived in. That's why Chris is stuck on the house. I am stuck on the house. There's something about the house. When you go from the house, you can get to see what's around it. I think this is what Chris was talking about. That's why he can't leave the house. This is the reason why.
Yeah.
And it makes
It's
sense. It makes sense. But with your commentary, your research, and what you've been able to bring to the channel tonight, into tonight's live, is priceless. Absolutely priceless. And I'm going to definitely, as soon as I get a chance to post up another Summer Wells case update, I'm going to invite you guys back. We're going to hit it again. We're going to go back to this map, back to the house, and back to the facts and what lays out this story, because the story is right here.
mm,
The story
yeah.
is right here. You guys have done a phenomenal job. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
You
Oh,
as well.
my goodness.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. So, and I'm only, bringing us down now to this point, so that we don't spend another 7 or 8 hours on the live. I went 6 hours the last time and it blew my mind. I said, I'll never do that again. My goodness, I just chewed up about 2 to 3 lives. I could have, broken up and put some time back on the boys, or put some time on Cash Gurnan, or put some time elsewhere. But,
Mhm.
it was time well spent anyway, because everyone knows that I'm not on here every day. I come about once or twice a week, give or take. I'm going to start to channel out a consistency in coming once during the week, and then a special live on Sunday. And that's an upcoming live that is going to be a spinoff to John Q's investigation channel here. So you can look forward to that possibly starting next month. I'm trying to get a date confirmed. Once I do, well, is everybody ready? Matter of fact, let me do this. I'll give you a little taste. It's a little premiere of a spinoff that John Q is doing on his channel, and it's going to be a powerful spinoff because it'll give me time to step away from the investigative side of my casework and give me time to really connect with the chat, connect with special guest speakers like yourselves, Scott and Penny, to interact on cases, interact on real life issues, real life crime situations, you name it. But I'll give everybody a taste. If everybody's ready for a taste, type of 1.
That sounds fun. I'm
Yeah.
ready. I'm a type of 1.
Okay.
That does sound fun.
Okay. All right.
I'll tap a 1 in a second, John. I'm saying thank you to all the audience here. Now I'll put my 1 in. There we go.
Now you put your 1 in. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get my 1 in there too. Wait a minute. Let me grab my thing before it dies, and I'll put my little 1 in there too. You'll see John Q pop up in a second. There you go.
People have quite a bit of stuff to absorb and think about tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, they do.
Absolutely.
That's good you throttled us back, John, because we could, I mean, it's just, this is like, last night was like a normal night for Penny and I do want to mention too that we have a whole team. It's not just me and Penny.
Right.
We have a lot of dedicated, hardworking folks that are extremely talented in what they do that help us out with this research. But sometimes we'll get together and, we've pulled all-nighters before. It's just behind the scenes, not live,
Exactly.
as we're fleshing this stuff out, and then we compile it all and get it in a somewhat presentable manner for an audience. And
all right.
Okay.
1. Yep. Everybody's ready.
Everybody's ready. Okay. So coming up in the month of October, I'm shooting for the 3rd, which is the first Sunday, or the second Sunday, which is the 10th, to premiere John Q's spinoff of a show we're going to do, and it's going to be called Table Talk.
Ooh.
And Table Talk is going to be about everything that you can name and then some. I'll just give you a little sample. Mr. Boss Blake and I were behind the scenes for a couple of days, give or take. An idea was on my mind. I gave it to him. He gave it back to me less than 24 hours, a brand new intro to the show Table Talk that we're going to do. And I'm going to share that with you right now. I'm going to go to screen share. And I got to find it. And I showed Miss Q Carlock this intro, and she was just blown away. I hope you are too. Ladies and gentlemen, the little mini premiere of the upcoming spinoff to John Q's channel, Table Talk. Thank you, Mr. Boss Blake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to John Q's Table Talk. Let's go. Here at Table Talk, everybody opinions matter, because we only here for one reason, and that's the truth. Cue the truth. So many cases we've been facing, so many kids that have been taken. You got us and you got on. Some of wells I just can't take it. Never see John hesitate. A hard to go you can't replace. So Table Talk won't be the place where we break down all the basics. You don't need no reservation, open mind, a little face. While we work another case, kids go missing every day. We know the news, they do their thing, but John gon' come through in the pain. But this is show for all of us, so let us know just what you think. For Table Talk, it's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk. It's time for Table Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Q. Y'all show him some love, man. Let's go to work tonight.
That is cool.
I love it.
That was professional. That's
That
so
was.
cool.
Let's go to work.
Right.
Go to-
That's what we do.
Man, that was great, John.
Thank you. And just for the audience, if that's something you're looking forward to, type a 1 in the room. Let me know where we're going. Type a 1 in the room.
Yeah, we'll go there for sure. I like that.
All right.
I'm excited for you. That looks super fun.
And it's all because of every single one of the subscribers and folks that come to my channel. This is where they brought me. I had no idea I would be doing this kind of work on YouTube. And I started out on someone else's channel as a co-host, and all of a sudden I found myself looking at a story called Kanika Jenkins and started doing some research on that, and said, you know something, I've got my point of view, I have my perspectives, I want to share them, and began John Q, the channel, just from that, and never stopped. So Kanika Jenkins has blessed me with having the ability to not only have a channel, but to bring it to where it is today, covering other cases just like the Summer Wells case as well. So I thank and send out much love to the subscribers for supporting me to bring me this far, to get to a spinoff called Table Talk coming soon.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Justice
great.
for Kanika Jenkins, everybody. Hashtag that in your chat.
Yes, definitely. So I send out much love to all the moderators that have joined us tonight. That includes Miss Q Carlock, excuse me. I'm getting tired now. I've been hanging out with Scott, for 7 hours this morning, and it's like, okay, yeah, I did a little power nap, and it's starting to shake me a little bit. So, yes, much love to everyone on the chat. We'll be back. We will most certainly be back. I want to thank our special guest tonight, Mr. Scott H., for his time and helping us through, walking us through this complicated case, but now getting more and more simpler, easy to understand. Thank you, Mr. Scott. And Miss Penny from TCC, True Crimes Commentary, for joining us tonight and complimenting everything that we've been doing. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having us. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, John. Good night, everybody.
Okay, we'll be in contact, and if you need me, you know how to get me.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to close up our chat tonight, our discussion regarding the Summer Wells case. I hope I've given you some food for thought, a different perspective, a different viewpoint, some things to consider. Now, when looking at this case, you'll have different eyes. You'll have a different mindset. You'll go back to some of those other videos just to double check your thinking. But one thing for sure, the truth is right in our face. All we have to do is look at it, acknowledge it, and then accept it. I got much love for everyone here. Thank you all so much for joining us here tonight. I didn't want to extend my time like I did before, but y'all just don't want to let me go. Thank you for the Cash App. That goes to Marley13, and did so. And my goodness, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Blessed with a great panel tonight. Blessed with a super fine chat room. Well over 800 people joined us here tonight to go over some of the things that we've been looking at, but also to fine tune those things that we've been looking at so they can make sense. That's why I do these kinds of lives. You know, we want justice for Summer Wells. I feel it's coming. I feel a conclusion to this case is right around the corner. We're about to witness something very special. I feel the same for Classic and Sincere, the two missing toddlers out of California City, California. Now that case is in Bakersfield. We've done an update on that just recently. That was the 6-hour live I did. We've gotten through. We've made some headway. We're all walking and standing tall together in light of truth, in light of justice. Because if we can use a powerful tool on social media, such as the YouTube community, and be able to use it in a positive way and make a positive difference in someone's life, then by all means, that's what we should be doing. We're all here on planet Earth. We're not going anywhere, not yet. But while we're here, we can come together. We can make this place a better place. But it all starts in the mind, the individual's mind. I've always said all mind is creative, and conditions, environment, and experience in life all stems from our predominant mental attitudes towards each other. Change those mental attitudes, you change the world. And those mental attitudes, if when they are changed and changed universally to a positive direction, this world changes in an instant. And we won't have to be doing lives like this regarding our missing children. I hope and pray, as I said before in the live, that Xavier Harrelson is not found in the condition that the Iowa Police Department and the investigators there had mentioned before earlier this afternoon. I hope it's not him. However, if it isn't him, then there is another missing adolescent out there who was left out there in the condition that police found him. Let's hope and pray that it is not Xavier. We'll find out more tomorrow. With the police now conducting their investigation, the medical examiner now conducting a full autopsy, toxicology, and forensics, we should know very shortly as to whether it is Xavier Harrelson or not. So put your hands together, put some prayers and hearts in the chat room for me, but not only for me, but for our children. Xavier Harrelson, Classic and Sincere, Pettis, Cash Gurnan, Summer Wells, all of our missing children deserve much better than what they've received. Indeed. Much love goes to all of you. Thank you so much. Your hearts and your support of this channel make this channel what it is today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And we know that our message goes not only outside of New York to Tennessee, to Texas, to California, but abroad. We've had folks from Australia, Germany, South America. We've had some folks out of Canada join us. Some folks in the UK join us. And our message is getting out there. John Q's channel is growing. And it's all because of you. One moment I looked, I was at 5,000 subscribers. And I said on one live, I love a small channel because it's just so compact. You can accomplish a lot. Now that the channel is growing, it now becomes more delicate and needs more attention. And so therefore, I decided to create a spinoff called Table Talk. And we'll be able to discuss that a little bit more as we go forward. I hope you will all join us for that. We're going to start it off with a special guest speaker. I will not tell you who that is until I'm ready. Backed up by another special guest speaker because I'm behind the scenes confirming the speakers that we're going to be talking to. All for you. All for you. Once again, much love to everyone. Thank you for joining us. Hope to see you back here when we're back here, because we'll be back here very shortly. That said, be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. Thank you. God bless you. God bless my moderators for holding it down tonight. We had a smooth night. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. I'll see you later. Take care. Much love.